young player. And then you've got Siraj and Prasidh Krishna, Yuzvendra Chahal and Shardul Thakur, who will carry the burden of that bowling workload. And of course, for the West Indies, there's no Keacy Carty, there's no Keemo Paul, but there is a Samuel Badri here with me. Samuel, standing on the pitch. The match referee may have to go at you for standing on the surface. But as we look at this, what are your thoughts?
Well, a couple of things. Pleasing, first of all, for the sunshine. That's something that we'll be hoping that we get throughout the course of the day. It's been raining quite heavily in Port of Spain over the last few weeks or so. So fingers crossed that we get a full day's play in. Secondly, the West Indies players will be very pleased with this surface compared to what they saw in Guyana. This one looks very firm. It looks bereft of grass. There's a slight sheen on it, which suggests that the ball will come on much better than it did in Guyana. And that, for me, is very pleasing, and for them as well. So it is traditionally a high-scoring venue, 295. Batting first is the average first innings score here. So I think that's the sort of target that India will be looking for. The bowlers will have their work cut out for them. They will get some assistance, the spinners and the slower bowlers, because of the nature of the surface. But I think the batsmen will certainly enjoy this surface more than the bowlers.
I just saw the fourth umpire walk past here. I thought he was going to rag us out for standing here. He's passed peacefully, lovely guy. So just ask for you as well. So the toss decision, no. Given how it's gone historically this year in the Caribbean, how are you looking at it?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, to be honest. I thought that batting first might have been the preferred option, but I guess because of the weather conditions and what we've seen here in the recent past, that might have swayed Nicholas Pooran, as well as the fact that they haven't batted first well in the recent past as well. They haven't managed to bat their 50 overs when they batted first. So I think a little bit of doubt and lack of confidence may have been part of that decision, but for me, batting first would have been the better option.
All right. Well, I don't know how much the weather played into that. Can we really take that into consideration, the possibility of rain later on?
I think so, because like I said, the last couple of days it has been like that. The forecast is for a less of a chance of rain today, but I think better option.
All right. Well, I don't know how much the weather played into that. Can we really take that into consideration, the possibility of rain later on?
I think so, because like I said, the last couple of days it has been like that. The forecast is for a less of a chance of rain today, but I think the toss, you really don't have much guarantee with that. So whatever you do, you're going to do it while doing it first.
All right. Well, Samuel Badri says this is a pitch that will reward batting perhaps more so than some others we've seen around the place today. A little bit earlier, Alex Jordan, a little bit before the toss took place, Alex caught up.
This one, you know, Trinidad is normally a place where batsmen normally get runs, so hopefully this one would be a good one for me.
Youngsters in the team, a developing team, are the guys looking forward for their opportunity today?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't know the 11 as yet, but hopefully the youngest guy in the team being Keacy Carty, he's been showing some good form, and hopefully if he gets the opportunity today, he will continue to show that good form that he's in.
All right, well, best of luck today. Thank you, Shamar.
Thank you.
Surya Kumar Yadav, welcome to the West Indies and congratulations on some wonderful series in the UK. It's been about 10 days since that very special knock of yours. Some time to think about it. Any reflections?
Absolutely, really happy with the way things went in the past 10-15 days. It was my first time I visited UK and was really happy with the way things went for me. But really looking forward to this series as well. I'm here for the first time as well. Very excited and very happy to be with the team.
A lot of firsts. I mean, it wasn't long since your debut and you've had such good form. Why do you think you were so ready for international cricket?
I think the grind with domestic cricket, what I did back home, and few good seasons of IPL as well. made me ready for this international stage. And when I came here, I didn't think too much. I just felt if you're coming in here at the age of 30, you don't have to go out there and prove anything to anyone. You just have to go out and express yourself. Just be yourself, what you do back in domestic cricket and IPL, and do the same thing here again.
It's been working pretty well for you. Go well in this series.
Absolutely, thanks.
Hello and welcome to the first match of the CG United ODI series, powered by Gold Medal, between the West Indies and India. Welcome to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, as the India team makes its way onto the field. West Indian players as well gathering around. I remind at the toss, Nicholas Pooran elected to bowl first. And there will be a little bit of a formality as we start this three-match ODI series between these two teams. Happy to say that we have bright sunshine here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. We're deep into the hurricane season, which is also the rainy season in this part of the world.
Literally, Ashish Smith. टाइम नहीं था कि ऑस्टन के बाहर गेंद थी तो भाई ने बोला.
Captain Nicholas Pooran leading his troops, and his opposite number Shikhar Dhawan doing the same. Of course, a good crowd is expected today. Trinbagonians always supportive of international cricket at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a wonderful experience. Both teams just getting set for the anthems. And it's a moment that will ignite pride and set the scene, so to speak, for this series. Of course, 3 matches here at the Queen's Park Oval and 1 T20 international at the Brian Lara Cricket.
Tokyo.
As would the Indian dressing room.
Another silver after his Olympic second place finish last year.
चलिए नजर डालते हैं क्या कुछ हुआ इस मुकाबले में। 259 रन बनाए थे इंग्लैंड ने और शतक जड़ा था जॉस बटलर ने। 4 विकेट हार्दिक पांड्या के नाम। और जब रनों का पीछा करने आई भारत तो एक समय 72
Player he is, and Rohit Sharma appreciates it. Front page ad.
It is very definite.
और अंत तक जीता भारत ने और ये श्रृंखला 2-1 से जीत ली है। And I'm
There's a new world waiting for you if you open the door.
सपनों की कोई हद नहीं होती। एक बार पूरा कर लो तो बार बार पूरा करना एक जिद बन जाती है।
जो बहादुर होते हैं वो इन चुनौतियों को पाटते हैं, पार पाते हैं। पूरे भारत को आप पर बहुत बहुत फख्र है।
और ये जिद ही तो है जो हमें एक नए मुकाम तक पहुंचाएगी। हम हैं जिद पे सवार।
आजादी के 75 साल का
जश्न मनाएंगे इंग्लैंड में।
बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा
हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
तेज तर्रार क्रिकेट के लिए हो जाइए तैयार।
आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एंटरटेनमेंट होगा जब मेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगे जिम्बाब्वे से एक धमाकेदार ओडीआई सीरीज में।
इनका कमाल मचाएंगे एक बार फिर धमाल।
जिम्बाब्वे वर्सेस इंडिया गुरुवार 18 अगस्त से
सोनी पे दिखेगा।
A wonderful spectacle indeed. Just heard from the Honourable Randall Mitchell, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Arts in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. As we open this 3-match ODI series, both teams on show. The West Indies opt in for Kyle Mayer, Prasid Krishna, Mohammad Siraj, and there is the experience of Shardul Thakur. Go along with Aksa Patel and Yuzendra Chahal, the wrist spinner. Circle of Love, Nicholas Puran with his final words to his team as they take the field. And it will be Shubman Gill and Captain Shikhar Dhawan to open the batting for India. Quite a few options for India at the top of the innings. There's also Sanju Samson, who's opened in the past. Wonderful record in ODI cricket, quite prolific. Dhawan to open the
Sports अब
Ground kick, he got him. It's
wonderful record in ODI cricket, quite prolific over the years for India. Now carrying an added role as captain. Morning to you, Samuel Badri. What can we expect?
Good morning.
Exclusive conversation.
burst into the one.
Thank you.
Position really.
They've got the way.
Session.
কোনায় কোনায় পরিষ্কার করে
Still good,
and that
new state,
has challenged.
Wicket of William was important when it came. This ensured that England didn't play the entire quota of 50 overs, played for the leg spin, which wasn't there. Nice length as well. So India very good with the ball in the matter of taking wickets quite regularly, barring that long partnership between Overton and Willie. Just that some of the bowlers have been very expensive now. Whether that is because of the 59, you can get those.
So that's how it ended. 259. Top score was Jos Buttler, 60 of 80 balls, and as it turns out, his slowest 50-plus score ever. Stokes 27 of 29. Then a little sting in the tail. Willie 18 and Overton 32.
Try to get accustomed to the conditions
for 7.
Here at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, he played at this venue previously. And there's quite a few half centuries, so there will be a familiarity.
Yeah, Shika is the most experienced player on the field today. 153 won international matches for him.
Through the gap, and that will be the first boundary of the innings. Didn't try to overhit it, it was more about timing, but an overpitch delivery from Alzari Joseph looking for swing.
A little bit too wide from Alzari. I can understand the length. Looking to get wickets with the new ball. It's more the line than anything that allowed him to free his arms. A confident stroke.
Packed offside field. There is a point, a cover, and a mid-off with a slip and a third, deep third. Skillful. A wonderful piece of execution from Shikhar Dhawan.
Really an exquisite shot here from Shikhar. The economy of movement. Just look at this. Allow the ball to come onto the face of the bat, very much in control, knew exactly where the fielder was down on the boundary. Superb from Shikhar.
Slight adjustment to that deep third, getting a little bit finer. Alzari Joseph making the adjustment. Last delivery of the first over. 8 without loss. A look at what these two teams will go through on this multi-format tour. 3 one-day internationals right here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. There is a solitary T20 international as well. Three ODIs, 5 T20 internationals. And that's a schedule. Shubman Gill. Opening for the second time in one-day internationals. Of course, would have opened in List A cricket, but this is a relatively new experience for him. Beautifully played, just lent on it. It was wide, there was a bit of swing, but he didn't miss out on this occasion.
What a start for Shubman Gill. First delivery, and it was the control that was evident. Look at that, playing away from his body, well away from his body, but very much in control of the shot nonetheless. That's some confidence. You mentioned it's only the second time he's opening in one-day international cricket.
And again. Couple runs. West Indian bowlers would recognize very soon that against India, their margins for error will be quite narrow. Batters in this Indian side, they wouldn't miss out on an opportunity to score. So you've got to start well and sustain pressure with your control of your lines and lengths.
And I suppose, DG, they had a couple options at the top of the order to partner Shikhar Dhawan, and they've gone with Shubman Gill. That in itself would have given this young man some confidence. Of course, Ruturaj Gaikwad, Ishan Kishan, the other options. And he'll want to make the best use of this on a good surface. Already off to a good start. Really an elegant player, a classy player. One who likes to time the ball more than anything else, find the gaps. We've seen him score so many runs in the IPL over the course of the years. Came to the West Indies a couple of years ago with the Indian A team and scored heavily in that series as well. Shubman Gill. So he has some familiarity with the conditions here. One of those A team matches was played here.
Well, there's a little bit of movement down the pitch from Shubman Gill. Again, just taking the initiative to put a little more pressure on the bowler. Nice subtle movement into the bowler, just to push an adjustment. Jaden Seals was quite good in responding.
No.
6 runs from the over, 14 without loss. Strong looking Indian batting lineup. Of course, no Rohit Sharma, Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson, Deepak Hooda have all shown recent form. Opportunities are plenty for this young Indian side. I guess for me this series will show a lot of how this West Indian bowling unit develops. Of course, Azari Joseph in the last 12 to 18 months has been quite prolific with the ball, one of the leading wicket takers for the West Indies. Akil Hussain as well, the left-arm spinner. He's taken quite a few wickets in that period of time. But they will have to work on their ability to penetrate opposition teams, get early wickets in the power play and through the middle phase. And that is something that will allow this West Indian side to be more competitive as a bowling unit. These guys might not want that competitiveness from the West Indians. Local Indians, supporters for the Indian national team.
Just making some slight adjustments on the offside. Azari Joseph. Quick single. Good running from Shikhar Dhawan. And that's what you're going to find from this Indian team. They'll punctuate those boundaries with quick singles, rotation of strike, soft hands. And they'll keep the fielders on their toes. The art of good batting. Now, something that will be in the West Indians' favor, DG, is the fact that through that middle order, lots of right-handers. The West Indies, they have 2 left-hand orthodox spinners in their ranks. You mentioned Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti on the back of a good series against Bangladesh in Guyana. So they'll feel more at ease bowling to the right-handers.
Tickle down the leg side. The signal is leg byes.
Yeah, ill-directed. It's the first delivery he's bowled to the right-hander. That was the line essentially he was operating for the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan. Didn't make the adjustment well enough. Azari Joseph results in another boundary. It's so important to have that left-right combination.
Gone all the way for 6. Pace on the ball makes it very easy to score on a good batting surface. First 6 of the innings.
Pace of Azari Joseph working against him on this occasion. Not in control of that, Shubman Gill, but his commitment to the stroke ensured that he got it all the way. A wonderful shot in the end from Shubman Gill. And 12 from 8. What a start. India 25 runs inside the 3rd over. You remember West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl first. Some discussions early on in the plot. Nicholas Pooran and his champion fast bowler. They need to get an early wicket.
Beautifully played. What a magnificent shot to end the over. It was a punch off the back foot and it raced away. 3 overs gone, 29 without loss. Ominous signs. These two Indian openers have already raced a 29 without loss. A glorious back punch from Shubman Gill. Gill already 2 4s and a 6 in his innings of 16. Underscores the point I was making. There will be more pressure on this West Indian bowling lineup. Time for Jayden Seals. Just to recap on the point I was making with Alzari Joseph. 12 matches this year, 18 wickets to him at an average of 24. Akil Hussain, 22 wickets from 14 matches this year at an average of 28. Here is Akil Hussain, also a member of this Queen's Park Cricket Club, so he is quite familiar with this venue. West Indies will also look to Gudakesh Motie, who picked up his career best figures in the last one-day international against Bangladesh. 4 for 23, the left-arm spinner who was quite economical. So Nicholas Pooran will want to manage their complement of overs, because these bowlers will be crucial for wicket-taking and control of this quick and rapid pace of run scoring. There he is, Gudakesh Motie, getting accustomed to international cricket. Will be high on confidence. His 6 wickets in the 3 matches against Bangladesh would prepare him properly for this India challenge.
And they'll realize quickly the line that they need to bowl to these batsmen. Any smidgen of width will be punished. They're so strong through the offside. They like to stand beside the ball and access that offside. Both Shubman Gill and Shikhar Dhawan. So the adjustment will be needed. And so far so good in this over from Jayden Seals. And that's the sort of line and length that they'll need to bowl consistently. He's a free-scoring batsman, free-flowing batsman, Shubman Gill, and if you can dot him up for a few, then an opportunity can present itself. They've got a strong but inexperienced middle order in this Indian team, so a couple early wickets and you're in this game, and that's what the West Indians should be thinking.
It's a single eventually through the onside. Make that a couple runs. 32 without loss after 4. India batting first, 32 without loss, just following their success against England in the recent 3-match series. India, of course, winning 2-1 against England and straight away in action against the West Indies here in the Caribbean.
Shikhar Dhawan has recognized the line of attack from Alzarri Joseph, so he's making a step across to the offside, an exaggerated step to get closer to the ball. Alzarri Joseph wants to go across the left-hander. That last delivery, he made an exaggerated step to the off. And let's see if he does it again.
Sweetly timed, doesn't find the gap. Good piece of fielding from Shamar Brooks. Talking about Shikhar Dhawan, he's been a symbol of consistency for India. Quite a prolific batsman. Would have played for India 2004 under-19 World Cup team. And that tournament was in Bangladesh. And he was the leading run scorer. So scoring truckloads of runs from a very young age. He also had the distinct honor of scoring 100 in his 100th one-day game. That was against South Africa in Johannesburg. And he was the first Indian to do so. Of course, named captain for this 3-match ODI series. But he was selected initially to captain India against Sri Lanka back in 2021. So a different type of journey for him, balancing roles as a batsman, as a captain. Quite a difficult challenge for many at the international level.
Yes, certainly, and not many players are able to carry that burden and carry that responsibility. Has weighed down many a good player in the past.
Of course, he's had to function in the shadows of Sachin Tendulkar, Gautam Gambhir, Virender Sehwag throughout his career. Now as the senior statesman, he's at the helm, paving the way for the younger players in this Indian side. Hooked away. Again, using the pace and getting this one over the boundary line. Another 6 in the innings. End of the 5th, 38 without loss.
Expensive start from Alzarri Joseph, 25 from 3.
Joseph just paying the price for being too short and down the leg side.
A rapid start from India. Manual scoreboard. Operational here at the Queen's Park Oval. Such an iconic venue. Really a historic venue. And so many wonderful memories here for the Indian team over the years.
Always great to know a batsman's strength as a bowler, so you can make adjustments when necessary. When you're bowling to Shubman Gill, you've got to finish wicket to wicket, a very straight line. Strike rate of 50 on that off stump or thereabouts. And when you get into that wicket band, it doesn't really score.
And the reason for that strength and that offside bias is, like I mentioned before, he likes to stand beside the ball. And good wrists as well.
Quick single. Nice soft hands from Shubman Gill. A skill set that is necessary for one-day international cricket. Mentioned at the toss, Shikhar Dhawan becoming the 7th captain for India this year. Of course, Rohit Sharma, another option, and he is the appointed captain for the Indian ODI team. Not a member of this Indian squad for this series. And it shows the depth of talent coming out of India with many options in terms of leadership. You look at this squad and you can argue that it's made up of India's bench strength. Of course, Rohit Sharma not here. Ravindra Ashwin, Dinesh Karthik, Kuldeep Yadav, all players who will feature in the T20Is. KL Rahul recently contracted the COVID-19 virus, so he's doubtful to join this touring party. Hardik Pandya has been in very good form for India with bat and ball. Rishabh Pant is another one who will join the squad for the T20I series. End of the 6th, 39 without loss. Nicholas Puran will be thinking about his options. A new one now, Romario Shepherd with the ball. Has a very strong action, hits the deck quite hard. Gets it through. Just the right balance on that stroke from Shubman Gill.
And really good running as well. And picked up 3. And something that you would see a lot throughout the course of this innings, the running between the wickets, the intensity. And that's what you want to see at the international level. You mentioned the opportunity for some of these young guys. When you look at the international calendar and how packed it is, lots of teams are taking that approach of resting their all-format players and their senior players to keep them fresh, particularly with the World Cup on the horizon, the T20 World Cup, and next year there's that ODI World Cup. So you'll see this squad fortifying an already strong white ball Indian team. And once these guys can put in the requisite performances, it will allow the BCCI to give those players that rest that is so desperately needed in these times of a very packed international schedule.
Quite a good start for Romario Shepherd. Just finding his rhythm. Usually used in power play 3 to close the innings out. Can get the old ball to reverse swing. I'm sure Nicholas Puran will want him to contain things a bit, just reduce that rapid scoring rate achieved so far by India. And that's overpitched and with an offer. A player of Shikhar's class won't miss out.
Yeah, that's a freebie from Romario Shepherd in his first over. Lots of width on a good surface. And Shikhar says thank you very much. Another boundary for him. 5 4s and 2 6s in the innings so far, into the 7th over.
Onside, the option used. Same result. Consecutive 4s for Shikhar Dhawan. He is getting into overdrive.
They're really showing his versatility on either side of the wicket. And again, the control quite evident. The timing. Not trying to bludge on the ball. Waited on it. And 50 on the board for India.
Seven gone, 50 without loss.
Ten for Jaden Seals. Another fine touch from Shubman Gill. It's a surface so far that seems to demand that your margin for error as a bowler is minimal. As I say good morning to former West Indies captain, 2-time World Cup winner Darren Sammy.
Good morning, Bish.
Good morning to all our viewers. Yes, it's going to be a tough task for the West Indies bowlers after they've seen so far. If you don't get your line and limb spot on this Queen's Park Oval pitch, you have no margin for error. But so far, Jaden Sills seemed to have gotten the measure of the wicket. You know, in his fourth over, just yielded 12 runs. But he's not been as full in his length as Zari, and in the last over you saw Romario Shepherd, and that's been an issue for Nicholas Puran. You know, the lack of penetration up in the top of the order.
There is another error. Gill comfortable through the offside and through the onside.
Seemed like he had so much time to play this. His stroke play comes with so much ease and poise. It was the bad delivery. All he had to do is just work it on the onside. As we've seen this morning, he's been stroking the ball really, really well. But they've not been consistent, the West Indies opening bowlers. And so far, the openers, after being asked to bat first, India would be really happy with this start.
If you're talking about margins for error, folks, Gill tends to stand on Midland leg stump a lot of the time. And that fourth stump line, with a little bit of nip away or in, is certainly where a lot of teams talk about planning against him. But if you give him that width and shortness of length, such a wonderful player.
And that's the lack of consistency in bowling the balls in the right areas. Player like Gill, you heard Ian Bishop talk about that fourth stump line. That was more like 6-7 stump, giving him room to freeze on.
I wonder what pace off the ball would look like to these two. 60 without loss, 8 overs gone. Tremendous start for India, having been put into bat by the West Indies. Sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval, and India flourishing in it so far. And we hope the sun remains with us for the duration of the contest. Romario Shepherd will come around the wicket to Shekhar Dhawan. Slight change in the field with a man just behind square saving one on the onside. Now moves to short fine leg, and they'll have a deep backward square top left of your screen. So he wants to tighten up his line into him without being too straight. Yeah, that's a perfect start.
You just, as a bowler, have to group some balls in that area. Apply pressure. It's always good to see
The youngsters, the future, watching the game. Wonder if they should know what sign is this. Yeah, what school?
One good ball, 1-2 full, and a tremendously competent shot from Shaker.
Shaker don't miss out on these. Look at the technique. Just caressing this one through the offside. Result, another boundary for India.
They've been very dominant, haven't they, in recent years against the West Indies. Here at the Queen's Park Oval, of course, a very strong record, Darren, against their opposition. Shikhar Dhawan himself with 4 half-centuries in 9 games here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, I remember playing them here in, I think, 2011. They won that series 3-2. I think just playing here in general, it's been a long time since West Indies won a match here, I think, Bish. The last one would have been the exploit of Shivnara and Chandapal, where we needed 10 off 2 balls, and he hit Chimenda Vas for a 6 over the mid-wicket. So we've not had good fortunes here. But so far, to Mario Shepherd, barring that second ball where he went too full, he's been spot on. That's the line. And you could see Nicholas Puran patting him on the back. It's always difficult as a young captain when you sit in the team meetings and you would have planned how you want the power play to go the first couple of overs, and you go out and you get a start where you cannot contain both sides of the wicket.
Terrific apart from the second ball of the over. All dots either side, 64 without loss. Viewers around the Caribbean getting a look at some of India's players who will carry them into the future, alongside one gentleman who's been there for a long time. Shubman Gill actually came out here in 2019, scored a double 100 against West Indies A. That was down in South Trinidad in Taruba. Kyle Mayers into the attack. So you've got the 2 left-arm spinners, Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti, Kyle Mayers, Shepherd Seals, Ansari Joseph, and perhaps Nicholas Puran if needed. Not sure what Robin Powell's status is. It should have been stopped. It's pretty ordinary from Shamar Brooks.
What would have been a dot ball results in another boundary. Things just seem to be going wrong for West Indies at this moment. Brooks would be very disappointed with himself. And what that does, it puts Kyle Mayers under pressure. First ball of the over. Now, we've seen Kyle Mayers in the Test arena, where he normally gets wickets. He's this nagging bowler who, keeps the batsman honest. not lively plays, similar to what I used to do in Test cricket. But he seems to have the knack of getting wickets. Puran probably brought him on. Puran would not want to bring him on so early, but because of how the openers have gone, he's finding himself bowling within 10 overs. But he's one capable of holding the line and length and apply some pressure. He's protecting the square side of the ground. Just looking to hit that top of off-stump line.
Marvellous. Simply marvellous from Shubman Gill.
Talk about not letting the bowler settle. Coming down the track and dispatching this one. Like saying Mayors have no right to be bowling in the power play.
It's something we see him do quite often in white ball cricket. We've seen him do it in T20, where in the very first over, he'll use his feet to seam us down the track, generate his own power and pace on the ball. And that's another facet of the young players coming through. Batsmanship, rotation of strike, turning good balls into scoring opportunities.
I smile because it's something we've spoken over the years when it comes to our West Indies batters. It also puts pressure on the bowler. Been hit for a boundary, the bowler good ball, then the batsman is off strike, especially for left and right combination. Then you have to adjust your line to the other batter. It's all part of building a partnership.
You know when we'll see the slower bowlers now that the first power play is complete. 73 without loss. .73 without loss, first power play complete, and I think it's an indication pitches have come under the scanner this year and quite recently. So far this is a good surface for batting. Ball coming through nicely, batters can trust the bounce, and Godakish Moti, who was superb in different conditions against Bangladesh and Ghana in that previous one-day game. ODI best figures for him. A young career.
And he'll need to do the job right away. For Nicholas Puran, it's important that he starts well. Knowing these Indian batsmen, they don't like to let spinners settle and get a rhythm. We've seen Gill use his feet to the pacers. But Moti, playing in home conditions in Guyana, he really exploited it to his favor.
He started well, 4 for 23 in that final game, and Tamim Iqbal was the one that said post the series, he said, look, Bangladesh couldn't afford to get too high because the conditions there were even more difficult than when Bangladesh play at home. They were spin friendly. And I say that to say that Gill is usually a very good player of slow bowling, and once again using his feet very well.
It's as if he had a look at the first two balls, got a measure of Moti, and decided he's gonna use his feet, and he's done it superbly. Change in field, the deep square leg comes in, and long on goes on to the boundary.
Middle stump.
Nicholas Puran having both Akil Hussain and Moti, two left-handers, left unorthodox. Presence of Shikhar Dhawan, probably would be reluctant to bowl them, but so far the opening bowlers did not do the job. Now the field is spread fast. 7 runs from Moti's first over. It's 80 without loss.
Ravindra Jadeja, because of a knee injury, he may miss the entirety of this ODI series. So we've got Axar Patel playing his first one-day international, I think this 2017. Shehub standing up to the stumps, but the power play was action-packed. There were so many high-quality shots. Shikhar Dhawan started things off, Darren, and there was, I think, a shot from Shubman Gill through the offside that we were both sitting next door and wondered, wow, but in between and prior to that, so many high-quality shots.
Oh yes, the power play was a joy to watch, whether you were a West Indian or Indian fan, just watching the stroke play of these batters, bringing the total and up to 80 odd and giving India a good start, especially after being asked to bat first. Just put the pressure on the West Indies, on this West Indies attack.
Just asking myself before that delivery whether we've seen a lot of pace off the ball from the seamer so far. I couldn't remember too many. I think that was an attempt from Kyle Mayers, way too short.
Yeah, and the field was not right for it as well. You know, with Mayers not having the pace of Alzari, if you're gonna use the change-ups, it's wise to bring up the shot, the deep fine leg, and drop the deep mid-wicket out. Because chances are you're going to bowl it into the pitch. That's where the ball's going to go. I had a conversation with Puran whilst they were in St. Lucia. You know, he's trying to, you know, build obviously towards the World Cup. You know, looking at his squad, who is available. And one of the things he was worried about is ability to take wickets. We spoke about Chahal. We spoke about Chahal in the pre-show of how Shikhar Dhawan could just call on him anytime to get a wicket. Who's that guy for Nicholas Pooran?
Let's come back to that, but first we'll just remind you or inform you that Shubman Gill has brought up his half-century. A wonderfully talented young player making his way in the international game. Full of style, 88 without loss. First ODI half-century for Shubman Gill. So many options. Ruturaj Gaikwad, who was also out here in 2019 and who had a fabulous Vijay Hazare Trophy season. The last one gone. We've heard talk about Ishan Kishan, but for me, it was always Shubman Gill, partly because of his quality, also a right-handed option to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan, who I felt should have opened the batting, Darren. But just coming back to your point about spin, got the two left-handed spinners here, but I wonder if you also need a backup option of someone turning in the other direction.
Yes, ideally, when you balance your team, you would want one ball spinning away from the right-hander and also another ball spinning into the right-hander. So which if you have a right or left-hander at the crease, you got options.
You can match up better.
Yes.
Nice and straight. Nice and effective from Shikhar Dhawan.
And the left-hander would always fancy his chances against the left arm orthodox. As you could see, Shikhar Dhawan just using his feet. Easiest of shots, just hitting it over mid-off. Maybe Nicholas Pooran will bring himself on.
I think at the moment he considers himself that guy. Still learning his trade, but time will tell. 96 without loss. Jason Holder, he's obviously been impacted with the COVID virus. No Keemo Paul, who struggled with the hamstring injury in the last ODI in Guyana. And no Keacy Carty for the West Indies today. There is Katie, Keacy I should say, first international cricketer to originate from the French and Dutch island of Sint Maarten in the Eastern Caribbean. Shimron Hetmeyer on the right of screen. I asked Nicholas Pooran in the press conference yesterday about Shimron Hetmeyer and why he's here. Well, they're working with him to get his fitness to the optimum level and to do his fitness testing here in Trinidad with a view to him returning to the team at some point. As we all know and remind our Indian viewers, Shimron Hetmeyer, of course, who's played several years in the Indian Premier League, a World Cup winning captain with the West Indies. Shubman Gill himself batting out there was someone who won a World Cup after Shimron Hetmeyer and those guys did in 2016. Shubman Gill, Prithvi Shaw 2018, Avish Khan from 2016.
And you know, you would sit down and say he's doing so well for his IPL team, batting, scoring runs, but we all know there's a level of fitness you need to play for the West Indies. And it's a tricky situation because you have guys who have established themselves. You are match ready. You might not be able to run 12 and 13 on a yo-yo test, but you could endure playing cricket. Perfect example, year in after year in, Rakim Cornwall bowls probably the most overs in 4-day cricket here. But you look at him and you say, is he fit? I think he's match ready. And I think someone like Hetmeyer, you don't want to send double standard messages, but someone like Hetmeyer, watching him perform in the IPL, you would say he's match ready. Just have a great talent, especially now with all the youngsters. You know, the experience he's gained, you know, playing in the IPL, you know, could be beneficial, as you've seen it happening for the Indian team. These guys coming into international cricket after playing under the pressures of the IPL, match ready. And I think the testing period or strategy, you need to think of game readiness. But he will have to prove his fitness, coming from a shoulder injury. And hopefully we see him soon. $100 up for India.
Wonderful start by India in this first CG Insurance one-day international. It's been full of control and poise and intent from Shubman Gill and Shikhar Dhawan. Gill already registering a half century of just 41 deliveries. And you can sense that they're in for a huge chase later on, the West Indies. Might look for a couple. And good running once again. A little bit surprised, Darren, that Gudakesh Moti was chosen ahead of Akil Hussain into the attack, given how prolific Akil Hussain has been. and the inexperience of Gudakesh Moti looking for a wicket against two well-set batsmen who play spin well.
Hello everyone. Before I respond to that, Samuel Badri. Again, from what we've seen in this 14 plus overs, we can conclude that Nicholas Pooran made the wrong decision to bowl first in good batting conditions. I'm sure upon reflection would have considered batting first as a more viable option in these conditions. I take the point of there being a little bit of inclement weather around. But in the game of cricket, you still need to read the conditions on the day and make decisions according to same. Just feel that what transpired in the Bangladesh series was carried over and considered strongly in his decision making, and that decision to bowl first.
Huge shot from Moti. No interest whatsoever from the umpire.
10 seconds.
15 gone, 103 without loss. Healthy run rate 6.87. Queen's Park Oval has traditionally been one of the highest scoring venues here in the region. As a matter of fact, the highest scoring venue.
And just to elaborate more on the reason why I say Nicholas Pooran called wrong, and it's always 50-50 at the toss. If you had the chance to speak with Sheikh Amano, the curator here at the Queen's Park Oval, you would have known in that soil profile, that 8-inch profile, you would have known that it was quite dry, and there's very little moisture on this pitch number 5. And the better part for batting would have been first up.
Yeah, I was out there for the toss and I saw when Nicholas Pooran won. The fans coming in their droves for this contest. Hopefully we'll see a lot more during the course of the game. I saw a wry smile from him, and it signaled to me that he wasn't too sure what he wanted to do upon winning the toss. And in as much as you mentioned him making that wrong decision, I was quite surprised to hear that Shikhar Dhawan himself wanted to bowl first. So both captains perhaps not reading the surface accurately.
What we've seen so far from this pitch is good consistent bounce, consistent pace off the surface. Haven't seen a lot of turn from Gudakesh Moti. Moti with 3 overs, none for 18.
Goes for a 4, another misfield. We've seen quite a lot in this innings already. Brandon King at backward point, got a hand hit but not enough.
Offering the room to Shikhar Dhawan. He's a very strong square of the wicket. Although that delivery was angling in, as a batsman he doesn't move across the stump, so there's always that freedom to access the ball through the offside. The other point I'd like to make about these two batting out there is their conversion rate. And if you look at Shikhar Dhawan, what he's produced in one-day international, 17 centuries and 35 half centuries. So there is a 50% conversion. If he goes past 50, once every 2 times, he will go on to score a century. Very similar record from Shubman Gill in first-class cricket. 7 centuries, 15 half centuries. And Listy, 6 centuries, 11 half centuries.
One without loss, and it's time for Blue Waters drinks break. Healthy opening partnership between Dhawan and Shubman Gill. Gill unbeaten on 59 so far. Has looked really elegant and classy at the crease, off the mark, straight away with a 4. And he's shown his elegance and his versatility on either side of the wicket. Shubman Gill advancing down the track, has scored 6 4s and 2 6s in that innings so far. And look at his scoring areas, Shubman Gill. Very strong square off the wicket on the offside for those boundaries, as well as on the onside. Not much straight down the ground. That's an indication of the length that they've bowled to him. 59 of 48 deliveries and eyeing up a one-day international century. The bowling from the West Indies, well, they started off a little bit erratic. Zari Joseph, expensive for 3 overs. Jaden Seals, 4 overs, none for 20. Kalmia's got a couple overs. Romario Shepherd and Moti, the spinner, who was so successful a couple days ago in Bangladesh, nothing so far to his name. Haven't seen Akil Hussain just yet. Don't think it'll be too far off before he's introduced into the attack. But they need to find a breakthrough, the West Indies. And get into that middle order. So far it has been all India. Action-packed, 16 overs. Boundary filled. 14 4s and 3 6s so far. And quite a contrast to what we saw in that series against Bangladesh. So it's good signs. Shikhar Dhawan leading this Indian team for this series here at the Queen's Park Oval. Off to a good start. It will be Gunakesh Moti to continue.
And it's Moti because he is the preferred option for Nicholas Pooran. Having taken 6 wickets in the last series against Bangladesh. The more informed left-arm spinner in this West Indian 11 today. Has to do with the desperation that Nicholas Pooran is in. Hasn't prized a wicket yet, so he's gone for his more prolific spinner in terms of form.
Another good pick single from these two. Good soft hands into the gap and good response from the non-striker. And they have really dominated proceedings here at the Queen's Park Oval in matches played, winning 8 of the last 9 matches, and the 9th being washed out. So West Indies haven't beaten India in those last 9 matches. Good fielding from Nicholas Pooran.
A wicket like that will assist and add to the pressure. Something that the West Indians will rely upon, especially when it's batting friendly conditions.
Moves on to 49 now. Shikhar Dhawan on the cusp of another ODI half century. Akhil Hussain, leading wicket taker for the West Indies. In 2022.
Made mention of their conversion rates as batters because it gives you an idea of the quality of these players when they get a start, what they can do and can achieve. Both players well set and will know how to transition their innings into 3 figures. 116 without loss.
It's a daunting projection for the West Indies. Current rate will see India amass 341. Alzari Joseph reintroduced into the attack from the opposite end now. Straight to the fielder. And Joseph will be hoping that this change of end will bring him better fortune, better results. Too wide in his earlier spell. Allowed Shikhar Dhawan to use his arms and to score freely through the offside. Another 50, 36th one-day international half-century for Shikhar Dhawan, captaining this Indian team and receives the applause from his teammates. Very well controlled innings from the captain.
Indeed, very mature. At the top of the innings, he took some time to get himself in, to get accustomed to the conditions. Was watchful, as you would expect with the experience that he has. Start of the innings, most vulnerable period, but since then he has blossomed. Strike rate of 94, that's fluency.
Another couple for Shubman Gill. You mentioned the tempo of the innings and the way they've been able to pace it and punctuate it with the good running between the wickets, the rotation of strike, their use of the crease, soft hands, sweeps. So we're getting a full exhibition of quality batting from these two. Direct hit. Nicholas Pooran against the run of play.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for run out at the bowler's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please?
Run, dead.
Waiting side on shot, gents. Ball is coming in, stumps broken, bat very short of the ground. Ready to make my decision to the big screen. My decision to the big screen is out. I repeat, out.
Wonderful fielding from the West Indian captain. The first wicket goes for India. Shubman Gill goes via the run-out route. And look at this bit of work from Pooran. Away to his right, and he was just not expecting Nicholas Pooran to pick up and throw to his end. A casual run through, and that has cost him. Gill goes for an excellent 64. India 119 for 1. A new batsman for India, Shreyas Iyer, in that pivotal number 3 position. 9 50s and a century for Shreyas Iyer into his 28th one-day international match. Good average, above 40. But West Indies needed something special, and the captain produced it in the field.
We underscored the significance of fielding on batting friendly surfaces. Nicholas Pooran showing the strength of his peripheral vision. Didn't have a chance to turn his head. It was just the awareness as to where the non-striker's stumps were. Bang, he hit the target.
Single to end the 18th, 120 for 1. Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson, Deepak Huda, Aksha Patel, Takrol can bat. And with this wonderful platform lead, they'll be harboring hopes upwards of 300.
Of course, Shikhar Dhawan, quite decorated a batsman in T20 cricket. And of course, that skill set serving him well in 50-over cricket. Strike rate of just about 100 at the moment. Doesn't appear to be a great risk taker when he's batting, but he scores quite quickly.
Let's look at Shubman Gill. After he played the shot, he took off quite quickly and then he relaxed. He wasn't expecting the throw at his end. So just a note for all you young players looking on. Always run as if your life depends on it or your wicket depends on it.
That's leg stamp. Away
No
from
room
you.
for relaxation,
2 legs.
particularly in international cricket.
Left arm round. For the cup.
Shreyas Iyer, one of those players with experience playing here at the Queen's Park Oval, played in that 2019 series, got some runs. And Darren, that helps, doesn't it? Having scored runs at a particular venue. The next time you go, you have that confidence.
And you can't be complacent. Not because you've scored runs previously, the conditions will remain the same. It can change. So that assessment on the day is very critical and crucial for your continued success at a venue.
A good over from Moti, just a single.
Over.
121 for 1. That graphic just reinforces the strong start that India has had. Down the ground, glorious from Shikhar Dhawan. Just stood on top of that and as straight as you like.
Isn't really a bad length from Alzari Joseph. It was struck on the up. But such is the nature of this surface. It is so good that you can hit through the line. Shikhar Dhawan already making that assessment and knowing that he can hit through the line all along the ground and get value for his shots.
In the air for a little bit, but away from the fielder.
Spoke about that skill set that he has as a prolific T20 player. Shikhar Dhawan, the first player in the history of the IPL to score back-to-back centuries. Goes about his scoring of runs in a very attractive manner. Shikhar Dhawan, He is a work in progress, Shreyas Iyer, already with a century in Test match cricket and in ODIs. So there is pedigree. Also being groomed for leadership, Shreyas Iyer was the captain of the Kolkata Knight Riders IPL team. Another young Indian player with huge expectations.
And some hostility from Nazario Joseph, also captain the Delhi Capitals prior to that, Shreyas Iyer. But teams have identified the short ball as one of the areas of weakness for him. He's gotten dismissed a number of times with that delivery. And it's something that he will have to continue to work on, because all teams would know that that is an area that they can target. Nazario Joseph straight away, a couple of short deliveries. He's off the mark. Shikhar Dhawan against the West Indies has 2 one-day international centuries and 6 half centuries, and that's overall in the West Indies. He has 5 half centuries, but he hasn't yet registered a century. No! 20 gone, 127 for 1.
Moti. Of course, a lot of eyes on Shreyas Iyer for the reasons mentioned by the previous commentators in terms of skill against fast, short pitch bowling. India going along wonderfully well. No sign yet with the ball of Akil Hussain, who plays his cricket here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, like Jaden Seals, like Nicholas Puran. He's out there, didn't have a great series against Bangladesh, but you have to give him a bye. He's been so exceptional ever since he debuted against Bangladesh in 2021.
Maybe it's a case Nicholas Puran don't want both of them operating, and so far Moti has done reasonably well. Captain looks relaxed out there despite of the situation.
Just saw a couple of deliveries just straighten. 129 for 1. Sixth over for Alzari Joseph, none for 35.
Alzari playing in his 50th ODI. Didn't have the best of stats in this match. But one thing about Alzari, he'll keep on running in. His energy will never be short. He keeps running at the batter. And he will bowl. He's one of the seamers that will always use his bouncer.
Found the gap. And it's a valiant attempt by Akil Hussain, but I think it's dribbled into the boundary. That one very strong square and behind square on the offside.
Cannot afford to give him any room. This is bread and butter for him. Akil Hussain, brilliant effort. But another short and wide delivery being punished. I think, unlike Gill, who batted on middle and off, Shikhar Dhawan, he makes room for himself. So balls on the fourth stump seems like a cut shot to him. So Alzari got to keep him tight on the stumps.
Then occasionally, you're right, it's very strong square, so you find that in certain conditions teams will have a couple of men at that point or gully position. And then sometimes he'll walk across his stump and just try to open up the onside. So he's not only he's not necessarily a stationary target. Now, West Indies' quickest bowler to Shreyas Iyer. Deep forward square, short backward square and fine leg. And that's why that short ball came ill-directed, not given a wide either.
Yes, that was a close one. I expect another bouncer. This delivery from Alzari. 134 for one.
Change. Left arm over.
Just a solitary wicket in the 3 ODIs against Bangladesh. He struggled. I think the point has been well made. A member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Captains them as well at times. The leading wicket taker in ODIs for the full member nations in 2022. But at his best, bowls a great length. Shikhar Dhawan also likes to play that sweep shot, sometimes to his demise, sometimes with success.
unlike Moti, because he's slightly taller, he should extract whatever bounce there is in this wicket. Just thinking about his introduction right now. Maybe it's a good period because he's been bowling in the power play loads, and that's a lot of pressure, especially with Bangladesh having those left-handers. It's difficult to contain them in the power play. So maybe Puran is using this opportunity as the field is spread. How is that?
That was Darren Sammy appealing from the commentary box. That'll go to the television umpire.
Thanks, Leslie. TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for run out at the bowler's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please? Just coming in. Can you just rock that bat for me, just one frame? Yeah, the bat is grounded beyond the crease when the stump is broken. Satisfied, ready to make my decision to the big screen. My decision is not out. I repeat, not out.
Yeah, not out, confirmed. Just good piece of fielding. But I was intrigued by the delivery itself. I'll tell you why, Darren, if we get a chance. Just sense that the ball is gripping a little bit more. I don't know if it's out of the slight foot marks or just natural hold on the surface. Very wrong-footed Puran, who was going to his right initially, beaten to his left, just one. 137 for one. So and next to the Kumar Yadav, the special player Sotu Sanju Samson. Just want to look at that delivery from the last over. At Akil Hussein's best, to right-handers, he'll pitch the ball middle stump, middle and off stump, sort of around there, at pace into the pitch and get the ball to grip. And that was very close to what his usual best delivery is. Surprisingly, in Guyana, where the ball gripped more, he was out of rhythm and out of sync. But that's what you see more often from him. Seals into the attack. What it does do is it offers some hope for Yuzvendra Chahal and Axar Patel later on.
Yes, and I've watched Akil Hussain over the years. The ability to turn the ball and make it grip off the surface with pace. That's what's been the problem for most batters when he's on sound. He doesn't give you that opportunity to come down the wicket so easily to him because he don't flight it and he's not as slow as someone like a Moti. And immediately you could see him extracting some bounce and turn off the surface. And he was asking questions of the batter in his first over.
It's that pull shot from Shreyas Iyer, gets it away for 4. not as high as Jaden Seals would have hoped for, and well controlled.
All he had to do, just get bat on it. If he's gonna be attacking him with the short balls, he has to get it up by that helmet.
That's a better height and also a better line, because I think that was over middle and off stump, or certainly off stump, and the height was better. That could easily have spooned to mid-wicket. I think he got dismissed in England recently, caught at mid-wicket.
It's difficult to have control when the ball is that high. He was trying, you could see trying to hit this one down, but because of the height, almost getting it to mid-on. I would like to see that square leg, probably somewhere mid-wicketish, because you want that ball just in front of his eye. Just as I was saying, mid-wicket is put in place.
Got that height going there. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think for two reasons. If the pitch is quick and it's a high-paced bowler, the ball tends to go a little squarer, so maybe you could have had that short backward square. But if it's a slow pitch and your line is more over off stump, then you want that fielder that is right of your screen in front of the umpire. It's not a fast-paced pitch. That's not a criticism of the surface. It's a wonderful surface so far. It's past that man at that mid-wicket position, but only a couple. .146 for one. India going well, started well. Tempo's just lowered a little bit in recent times since Gill, I suppose since Gill was gone. I was here yesterday at a practice session, or the attempted practice session, and Brian Lara, after whom the great pavilion here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club is named, was here. He had a chat to the players. Dwayne Bravo, your former teammate, also a Queen's Park Cricket Club member, like Lara and Akil Hussain, was here as well with the team. It's the line right there. Now Shreyas may attempt to sweep or use his feet later, but just try, those guys, Darren, as you do so well, trying to give something and information back to the West Indian players.
You could sense Iyer trying to dominate the spin because the Pacers have had the better of him. That's well played, using the pace of Hussain. Good fielding by Mayers. Batsman come back for 3. But you could see the line that he's bowling. He's asking questions of the batter. That 3 brings up the 150 for India.
Only thing I'll say about that ball is that it was just a smidgen wider than ideal, or maybe just short of the ideal length. Had it been fuller, it might have asked more questions, but he's got to be straighter at higher with this line, or certainly fuller.
Can I ask for water?
With him hitting that line in length consistently, he could almost be asking for a slip from the captain. See, that's how you build pressure. You group some balls together, keep bowling to the same batter. Hopefully, mistake is made.
Good from Robin Powell, sweeping on that offside. Halfway mark of the innings, 1-5-2 for 1. Good against Moti. So spin from both ends.
Go ahead, Morse. Get start, Morse.
Moti, who tends to be a touch fuller than Akil.
Hey.
I think it's much easier to use your feet to Moti than Akil. So you see Shikhar Dhawan tried.
Listen. And then when he comes here, he might hit the ball to me like before.
Calm down since Shubman Gill departed. The tempo of scoring, that is. Until now, that's a lovely shot. It's a class shot. Deliberately hit up and over off the back foot.
Make room, pick your spot, hit it over there.
6 off the over, 158 for 1.
You keep going, you keep going, you keep going.
With the rule changes coming off of, I think, just before 2015 World Cup, maybe 2013-14. So often on good pitches, 300 plus has been par for the course. Heading into that next World Cup, been saying before, the ICC are going to mandate mostly good pitches. Run scoring, 280 upwards will become a regular feature.
Means bowlers got to be spot on with the line and length. And if you look at the teams who were rounded, you look at England, you look at even Australia, India. They got batters who could accelerate the tempo we did between the overs of 20 to 35. But also the teams who have the bowling, Pakistan, who could get wickets during that period. It kind of slow you down when it comes to the back end of the inning. So instead of having a set batter, you still find yourself rebuilding in the last 10 overs of the inning. And that is something we've seen with the West Indies team. Whereas India is 161 for 1, the Sky to come and Samson, they're coming in to up the tempo. Whereas the teams who don't do that, the batters coming in always under pressure, they got to bat and build the partnership.
India have that power when Bumrah and Shami and those guys are fit as well. Run rate since Gill has been dismissed just under 5. Hussain going decently so far. Partnership 44 from 56, 163 for 1.
Right now, just leave it like that. Just like when you're doing for now.
Surya Kumar Yadav averaging 44, but the 360 player Sanju Samson, great to see him. Hope he makes, from India's perspective, best use of his opportunity. Just one ODI, and Deepak Hooda making a name for himself, striking the ball well. It's a good lineup, good batting depth. Moti's coming round the wicket. It's been 22 matches, I think, since Shikhar Dhawan has scored an ODI 100. There's that sweep. Very effectively. All the way for 6.
It was only a matter of time. One of his favorite shots against the left arm spinner. I think with the angle, the change of angle, it was easier for Shika to play that shot with the ball coming into him.
Such an experienced player. And of course, I mentioned those 22 innings. It's not disparaging on his form because he's still been averaging into his mid-40s. And I think his last century was against Australia in the World Cup 2019. 117. So he's 20 away from a landmark that means so much to any batter.
Run. But you keep moving. Right. How's the angle there? Boy, Kish.
Solid from Moti. 170 for one.
Shikadawan 20 runs away from another one international century. Untroubled at the moment by the West Indian bowlers. He's in full control of the situation out in the middle. Just hydrating a bit. It's the ideal captain's inning in the circumstances. Nicholas Pooran under pressure in the remaining overs of this innings. Just a solitary wicket. India at the moment projected to go beyond what is considered par score, batting first here at the Queen's Park Oval in ODIs.
That opening wicket partnership, 119, really set them up nicely, and another one blossoming here. Big single. Only wicket to fall today has been a run out. The bowlers have not been able to prize out anything. Really good batting conditions, we must keep mentioning that.
Nicholas Pooran might be on to something here. This is the fifth over being bowled by the two spinners in this West Indian side. Seeing a little more control with the bowling. There's a defensive type feel. He has to protect the boundaries to contain this run rate set by India. In the situation, it doesn't allow both Akil Hussain and Gurukesh Moti to be attacking with their bowling. That is something that bowlers will need to have in their armory, playing one-day cricket, knowing exactly when to be defensive, when to go in the attack with the appropriate fields. And at the moment, it's really dancing to the tunes of the Indian batters.
Yeah, they've done that really well, haven't they? Rotation of the strike and trying to minimize the number of deliveries that the bowler bowls to one batsman, and in this case the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. Nakil Hussain would much rather bowl to Shreyas Iyer than Shikhar Dhawan. And what India has managed here is to maintain that right-left. It's so important that Shikhar Dhawan bats as deep as possible to negate the two left-hand orthodox that West Indies have. Lots of supporting for the West Indies here.
Another single to end the over. 175 for one.
Let's go. Let's go. Rolling chain, ball right down over the wicket.
Members of the Leeward Islands under-17 cricket team. That under-17 Rising Stars tournament being played in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. Unfortunately, rain has meant that no games have been played yet. Nicholas Pooran into the attack.
Nicholas Pooran now being used as a viable option for the West Indies with the ball. First bowled in that series against Pakistan. And a few of his players fell ill.
Some more rising stars, members of the Jamaican under-17 contingent. Massive hit from Shreyas Iyer. Just a shimmy down the wicket to the pitch of it, and that has disappeared.
Will not allow you to settle as a bowler. He has a higher strike rate against spin in ODI cricket, Shreyas Iyer. This is exactly why. Not afraid to use his feet to put pressure on the bowler quite early in an over. And his execution was brilliant. Again, Nicholas Pooran bowling just underscores the issue, or another issue that the West Indians have in ODI cricket. Spinners not being very effective in terms of wicket taking. West Indies would have used quite a number of options over the years. Hayden Walsh Jr., 19 innings, just 27 wickets. Ashley Nurse, Roston Chase, Fabian Allen. Very few wrist spinners as well available to the West Indies for ODI cricket. .184 for one.
Net over it on par. Keep you guys going, all right?
course, this Indian side with Chahal going into this first game with a right arm leg spin option. Spin variety in this 11. Aksa Patel, the left arm spinner, matched with Chahal, the right arm wrist spinner. Deepak Hooda could bowl a bit of off spin.
Shreyas Iyer started off slowly, getting into rhythm now. 31 of 41. Strike rate of just above 75. Significantly slower than the other two batsmen that we've seen, and with this foundation laid now, this partnership 66 of 77 and getting towards the back end of the innings, I just want to pick it up a little.
Well, if you've been following the innings, you would notice that India has a template in terms of how they impose themselves on the West Indian bowlers. 27% of their boundaries coming off the first two deliveries of every over. Every over that boundaries were scored off. They've also targeted the last two deliveries of certain overs. Nearly 60% of the boundaries scoring off the first two balls or either the last two balls of respective overs. That says something about the West Indian bowlers and their discipline early, and as they finish the overs off, an area that they can improve on in these remaining overs. And use of the feet of the last ball, he was searching for that boundary. .188 for one.
Over.
Quite a number of bowlers used by Nicholas Pooran, 7 so far. Gudakesh Moti bowling the most, 8 for 39.
Jaden Sales, the most economical of all the fast bowlers in this West Indian side. His first 4 overs were quite disciplined, bowled with good control. Pooran to continue. Just have a funny feeling Shikhar Dhawan might just take the attack to him.
I made the point in the last series, when you're not used to bowling, as Nicholas Pooran isn't, you will bowl those loose deliveries more often than not, couple in the over, as opposed to an established bowler who may give you one at most.
Good gap finding. There was an intention to hit it squarer and away from that fielder in the long on position. An effective shot that brings 4 for Iyer.
Yeah, if you put him under pressure early in the over, he isn't too sure how to respond because of that lack of experience.
You'd expect that Shikhar will allow Shreyas Iyer to face more deliveries to Nicholas Pooran and the ball into the right-hander. That's the type of smarts you expect in a partnership. Players communicating well, the umpires just checking for that no ball, and it's a cardinal sin. Adding salt to the wound here, Nicholas Pooran conceding a no ball, and it will be a free hit. Up and away. Flies all the way for 6. What a strike.
Yeah, the lack of experience. It was a free hit and he floated that one outside off stump. Look at this delivery. It really was a free hit, wasn't it? All the time in the world to hit that anywhere he wanted, Shreyas Iyer. And he's hit it well into the stands. Well, he's increased the tempo. He's moved on to 42 or 45 now. Yeah, very expensive. It is a second over, none for 21, Pooran.
Runs already from this over. No fuss at all from Shikhar Dhawan, a single to end to a 2 for 1. Skyscrapers getting a bit taller as we approach the back end of the innings.
Well, these two against spin. Some of the highest strike rates against spin for Indian ODIs in the last 20 years. Shreyas Iyer on a strike rate of 100, third on the list. Shikhar Dhawan, he's 7th on the list, strike rate of 93. And this is what they do so well. In and amongst the boundary, Hardik Pandya tops the list, strike rate of 136. Sehwag, Virender Sehwag, 123. And Sachin Tendulkar, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, all in that list of highest strike rate against spinners.
Quick single, gets it easily, these two. Now on into the 90s now.
Needed a direct hit, Nicholas Pooran. comfortably in. Partnership 86, following up the 119 for the first wicket.
Just spinning past the outside edge. Wasn't expecting turn. Shreyas Iyer.
That's the sort of delivery that Ian Bishop was referring to a little bit earlier. Angling in on the stumps and turning. It's an excellent delivery, but no result.
And again. More turn. Beaten consecutive deliveries, Shreyas Iyer, but he's still there. End of the 33rd, 2:05 for 1. And we will have a Blue Waters drinks break. We've had a warm, beautiful day here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Twin Island Republic. Beautiful destination. Country with lots of tourism sites. Wonderful flora and fauna. And if you're looking for a good time in terms of nightlife, you can also enjoy that on the island. Hospitable people. Beautiful beaches and a wonderful host for this three-match ODI series between India and the West Indies. At the moment, it's one-way traffic, runs, and more runs. Captain Shikhar Dhawan 10 away from what will be another ODI century to him. Solid contributions from Gill and Iyer.
Not much success for any of the West Indian bowlers in terms of wickets. Akil Hussain has been economical from his 6 overs. Very expensive Zari Joseph, Romario Shepherd as well. Kalmia's just a couple overs for him.
This was a solitary wicket, a brilliant piece of fielding from Captain Nicholas Pooran. Having the awareness to hit the target on the non-striker's end.
Coming in. Stumps broken.
Shubman Gill caught off guard, ambling along for the single and falling short. That's been the only success with the ball for the West Indies. 17 overs remaining in the innings. India, I'm sure, will try to take the tempo a little bit higher in this innings.
Yeah.
Keacy in for his 9th over, replacing Nicholas Pooran. And with 9 wickets in hand, the sense an acceleration is imminent. Well, even more of an acceleration. Current run rate 6.2. Once Shikhar Dhawan goes past that landmark, as well as Shreyas Iyer, and it might just be in for more of a treat.
Went for the big shot in the gap, in front of square. The 7th 6 in the innings, 3rd for Shikhar Dhawan. There's been a good balance with hitting the ball on the ground and hitting it out the park.
Yeah, moves on to 97. It seems as though he's just toying with Keacy. Can play this shot at will whenever he wants. Very flat. And very well connected. Of course, he's hitting to the shorter side at the Queen's Park Oval. Has been so much in control during this innings, Shikhar Dhawan. The way he's paced it from the start all the way up to this point. And it will be a well-earned century if he gets there.
And Shikhar being the aggressor to Keacy, turning the ball into him as a left-hander. That strategy from these two out in the middle working to good effect for India. That's the smarts that you see from some of the better teams in world cricket when they go about their process of scoring runs. Catch taken. It needed some brilliance to get rid of the captain of India. And the West Indies, they've done that.
Well, disappointed, that's for sure, for Shikhar Dhawan. Hasn't yet scored a century against the West Indies in the West Indies. And that trend will continue. A good catch. And that worked, that plan worked. Nicholas Pooran was in discussion with Keacy prior to that delivery. The captain goes for 97, 213 for 2.
One of the best white ball cricketers going around India at the moment, Surya Kumar Yadav. Gets a bit of an opportunity in this innings. Shikhar Dhawan chasing a wide-ish delivery. Didn't look like he intended to keep it down. He was searching more for the gap. Shamar Brooks producing a fine effort behind point.
Keacy, first wicket in the series for him. Surya Kumar Yadav coming into the series with some good form, good confidence. A blister in 100. in that T20 international against England.
It's off the mark straight away. Successful over for the West Indies to 14 for 2.
Center.
The man affectionately known as Sky, Surya Kumar Yadav, if he spends time at the crease, he's a wonderful player, particularly of slow bowling. Good against all types, but particularly against spin. So you want to try to get rid of him as soon as you can. Good from Akil. Starting to hone in on that middle stump line against the right-handed batters.
It looks like he's back to his customary performance. We saw a lot of that in the series against Bangladesh earlier, Ireland earlier this year. I think it was in his last over he bowled a couple deliveries. Both you and myself were holding our heads how it did not hit the wicket. But it's good. He's been bowling good all year.
Didn't quite get that where he intended. Shreyas Iyer peels off the outer half of the bat for 4.
Nothing wrong with that delivery. The turn on offer. Getting the outside edge of the bat. You could see as if after the drinks break there was a discussion to pick up the pace of scoring from the Indian batters. This brings up the 50 for Iyer. Just off 53 deliveries. Started off shaky with the short stuff from the Pacers, but sees
two boundaries in the over. One for Shreyas Iyer, now one for Surya Kumar Yadav. And that's why I say he's a player that can score all around the park. And he will take advantage of only 4 fielders out in these middle overs.
just getting down on one knee. Knew where the fielders were. He lives in that line he was bowling to Iyer. Sky will manipulate it. Such a classy player. It's 2-5, 2-5 for 2.
Goes well against spin. A strike rate of over 110, 112 to be precise. But good on Shreyas Iyer too, his 10th half century in ODI cricket. And he would have known that it wasn't desperation time, and this tour is not desperate for him, but he can cement things with runs on this tour, if there were any questions. Now into that mid-wicket area, so the tempo has been changed and shifted, as you mentioned.
If they're eyeing that 300 plus, even 350 would be in their minds. I haven't gotten his 50. He'll be a touch more relaxed to play his shots.
He's loving the Queen's Park Oval because he played 2 games here previously in 2019. He got 71 and 65. He's returned in 2022 and he's gone to 54.
Catch it!
Got it! Nicholas Puran using every centimetre of his height and an upright, stretched right arm to pluck it out of the sky.
Trying to go over extra cover. What a grab by the captain. Shreyas Iyer goes for 54. It's 240 for 3.
Twenty-seven-year-old Sanju Samson, born in Trivandrum from Kerala. 1 ODI previously, but Nicholas Puran got some lift.
So far, it brings 2 new batters to the crease. And maybe small opening for the West Indies team. Whereas India looking to press on after the drinks break. West Indies has responded by getting both Shikhar Dhawan and Shreyas Iyer out. These two need to build a partnership.
Samson off the mark, and a good day's work with the ball for Gudakesh Moti again. 2 for 54 off his 10 overs against a talented lineup. 231 for 3.
Leg stump. Borders left arm round.
97 to Dhawan, 64 to Gill, 54 to Shreyas Iyer. Gudakesh Moti very good. But the danger with Surya Kumar Yadav, Samson and Deepak Hooda to come is that you want to get rid of him because they score quickly. Or potential.
Very quickly. And what's good for West Indies is that they've gotten rid of the set batters. As you could see, another angle of Puran leaping, giving it everything that he has. Great grab.
Who jumped higher, Gudakesh Moti or Nicholas Puran? Look at Moti.
Yeah, Moti's a touch taller, but Puran got more lift from the ground. That's good from Akil Hussain. As we've seen Sky, he will open up the offside. Look to go over extra cover in the air or along the ground. So Hussain keeping it dead on the stumps. He would have to make room for himself to go open up the offside. I could understand that wide. He doesn't want to bowl that ball outside the off stump. Just keeping it on middle and leg. It's a crucial period for both teams. Two new batters. West Indies just got rid of two set batters.
Ever so talented as well, Sanju Samson, for those that know him around his homeland and beyond. Some would argue that he needs a run. Some would argue he's not making best use of his chances, opportunities. A silky smooth player at his best. One ODI, I think, in Sri Lanka last year where he got 40 odd. 46. Just a solitary 100 in 102 list A games. He's better than that. So easy on the eye, the two of them. 2-3-5 for 3. Many scribes, like the former Indian captain, former India coach Ravi Shastri, feel that Sanju Samson has to be one they need to focus on for the T20 World Cup because of his back foot game. Alzari Joseph will certainly look to ask questions of that back and front foot game.
It's right time to look to get wickets as well. How do you go about getting that? I think Alzari for deep mid, deep square leg, fine leg. He always goes to that short pitch bowling option.
Like that, and ask that question of that back foot game we mentioned about with Sanju Samson. Surya Kumar, he had to play some pickup shots and stuff that are out of this world. So, yeah, hello to you too. Hello from Darren. Good, nice t-shirts.
She might need an upgrade. This was when I used to play. It's changed a bit of late. Alzari has to be spot on with Sky. I like saying Sky. It's easier, plus it's my daughter's name. She might be listening. on the radio thinking Daddy is calling her name on the TV. Yeah, but Sky is playing as beautiful as my daughter.
I have to say, that's so true. I think many of Studio Kumar's supporters and have been an admirer of his work. So pleased when he was actually given that international cap, because I actually thought for at least a couple of years before he made his international debut that he was just knocking at the doors. There was just very little room or no room for him. But he's kept at it. He kept at it, batting in different roles. And has now assumed that position.
And you heard him earlier this morning speaking to Alex Jordan. It's like he waited so long for his turn. By the time he got that call into international cricket, he wasn't worried about, you know, being a youngster. He had all his experience. He just went out there and expressed himself.
That's where he's good. It looks different, but it's very effective. 240 for 3.
Might say it's a difficult position he got himself, but you could see his eye was on the ball. Just managed to keep it down, and the placement was superb. As we look at that again, definitely kept his eye on this one, just rolling it, keeping it down in the gap. Whatever he does makes it look so easy.
Too easy for Sanju Samson. Deceptive power in his bat swing, all the way for 6.
The way he picked up the length. Fraction shot from Akil Hussain, and he was quickly in position, dispatching this one over mid-wicket for 6.
Got his man, bottom edge. Big breakthrough, important breakthrough. Well deserved, Akil Hussain.
Error in judgment there from Sky. Akil Hussain. That line, we speak of just a hit of turn, getting that bottom edge, and the dangerous Sky departs. He goes for 13. It's 247 for 4.
Deepak Hooda has been playing well. Couple of ODIs previously against the West Indies earlier this year in Ahmedabad. Got 26 and 29 then, but the wicket of Surya Kumar Yadav, yes, a bit of turn. Just got the feeling too that Akil Hussain, after the sweep shot from Sky, said maybe my line to Surya Kumar has to be more off stump rather than middle stump to one or two others. Home ground, Queen's Park Cricket Club.
You could see that ball just creeping in the surface. Maybe that could be what caused that error in judgment.
Dropped it. Should have been taken. Gudakesh Moti, fellow left arm spinner, grasses it. 248 for 4. Yeah, blood dripping from the thumb and the finger of Gudakesh Moti. Obviously the ball jarred that right thumb. Concerns for Moti and for the West Indies in pain. Whether it's just a cut or a dislocation, only time will tell, but certainly an attempt he would feel that he could have taken. And the additional insult is injury.
I think he reacted lately. Very late on that boundary, didn't pick up the trajectory of the ball. Could have come in. He's searching for it. There he sees it. And hitting him on that farm. Oh, fans are disappointed. Would have been the end of Hooda on a good wicket for West Indies. Since the break, they've gotten 3 wickets. Sills back into the attack.
Wasn't it a great camera angle as well? Not
There's that beautiful camera angle. You could see he's wrong-footed. He's searching for the ball. Oh, just closing the hand. Second too early. It would have been a good wicket for Akil Hussain and the West Indies team.
Hooda is a very competent ball striker. We've seen it in the shortest format of the game. Both himself and Sanju Samson actually played in the 2014 Under-19 World Cup in the UAE. Sanju Samson was the leading run scorer in that tournament, and guess who was the second? Deepak Huda.
Both of them at the crease now, looking to seal a position.
Very good from Jaden Seals. Nothing different for the next one if you can follow it up.
I think probably that's the first ball that bit the bat of the Indian batters from the seamers. Good sense. After the break, the urgency to score quickly has presented West Indies with a couple wickets.
Good. Very good. Brandon King supporting his bowler. A good over so far, 5 dots.
That's how you build the pressure. Keeping Huda from that end. He's faced 5 dot balls, as you mentioned. Normally, something's about to happen.
Well fielded again. Got a bit of whiff. Maiden over for Jaden Seals. 2 for 8 for 4. Wickets for Moti, a couple of them. 1 for Hussain. He perhaps deserved another or 2. Final phase of power play. 5 fielders are now allowed out of the inner circle or beyond it. Hussain's final over. Couple of good stops by Brandon King towards the end of that last over. And as West Indian fans know, that number 53 on his back was worn by someone he idolized, former West Indies batsman Ramnaresh Sawan, who was a selector for a small period of time earlier this year.
I wonder if cricket will have jersey retirement. What's your view on that? Somebody like a Sawan who played over 100 ODIs, did well. You see it in the NBA. Is there a case where you could retire a jersey? Would you see somebody wearing 45 again for the West Indies? Chris Gayle, Dwayne Bravo, 47.
Gayle's 3-3-3.
Yeah.
With a bounce, there's something happening for the spin, you know, the spinners. Mentioned before, Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti will appreciate that. The Indian spinners will also look at that, Chahal and Aksar Patel in particular. With a drift on that as well, drift into the off stump. Solid work with the ball from Akeem Hussain. He kicks the ground at the end of the over. He wanted 2. He's finished with 1 for 51 from his 10. 250 for 4.
$250 up for India, 250 for 4, 9 overs remaining. A couple wickets in the last few overs or so have stymied the progress of the Indians. Good bit of work by the West Indian bowlers in that period. They'll need to continue that as long as they possibly could. Deepak Hooda, 11 deliveries, and Sanju Samson 14, so relatively new to the crease. Straight back at the bowler. More self-preservation than anything else, but he seems to be okay. Jayden Seales firmly struck.
What's noticeable is the older ball is making it more difficult for run scoring. Maybe a bit of pace coming off the surface. As we experience more sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval. Let his hands down in time, Jayden Seales. That greater challenge with the older ball will be something that the West Indies will have to consider when they get their chance to bat on this surface. Of course, we saw more fluency from the Indian batters in power play 1, in power play 2. But from a West Indian perspective, they'll be happy with the 4 wickets that they've taken in that second power play. Maybe a touch too expensive in terms of runs conceded. A lot of that success with the ball had to do with their spinners and how they bowled in tandem with each other during that power play too. Rest assured, Shikhar Dhawan will be taking note of that phase of the innings when India has its opportunity to bowl. He did very well, Keacy Hussain.
Both spinners, 3 wickets for 105 runs from their 20 overs. Another player on miss. This has been a good last couple of overs or so from Jayden Seales. A maiden previously, just a single so far in this one. Exactly the sort of bowling that they're looking for. Slow ball, just rolling his fingers across that one. Just a single. Another really good over from Jayden Seales. 251 for 4. Jayden Seales 4.29 economy at the moment. The best of all bowlers used so far. Romario Shepherd reintroduced into the attack. 4 overs, none for 27. And for him, 11 dots. They'll need a strong finish. A very open stance before Deepak Hooda.
And it's a phase of the innings that Romario Shepherd is accustomed to bowling in. It's very different to T20 cricket, and it requires an assessment as the game is unfolding. Oftentimes we talk about fast bowlers in the latter stages of an innings going for accurate Yorkers, but sometimes conditions dictate that you use the short of a length delivery, hit the ball into the pitch, take pace off the ball. That's also very effective, and I reckon that's effective on this surface to contain run scoring.
Huge out. Leslie Rifa Jr. deems that it is out, and we'll wait to see if it's reviewed. It looked pretty good. And straight on, and he has reviewed it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is out. Front foot has been checked. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can I just confirm that with the use of outrage? Outrage is coming up. Take it forward. Yep. It's a gap between the bat and ball. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? Ball tracking's building. Ball tracking's coming up. It's pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wickets, umpire's call. I'm going to go back to Leslie on field. Leslie, stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Upheld. Umpire's call on impact, clipping. Another wicket for the West Indians, and something to celebrate before the home fans. Sanju Samson goes for 12. India now 252 for 5. Akshar Patel, the new batsman for India. A useful lower order batsman, can manipulate the strike, can find the boundaries.
Romario Shepherd using his strength of reverse swing to get the wicket of Sanju Samson. Again, that wide arm action, if you're looking at a clock, that arm coming from just about 10, 11, a little bit wider off the head, and with that angle seam allows the ball to swing into the right-handers.
West Indies have continued to pick wickets and bowl quite tight lines. That has brought them back into this contest. At one stage, India were looking at possibly 350. Still some 7 overs remaining after this one. So they'll still be thinking about that 300-run mark. But a 230 for 2 in the 35th over, 36th over. That projected score was looking much different. And you're quite right, DG, in terms of the ball getting softer off the surface. Run scoring has been much more difficult towards the back end of the innings, and something that Nicholas Pooran and head coach Phil Simmons should factor in their chase. Try to capitalize in that first 10 in that power play with that new hard ball. So important to glean anything from that first innings to make decisions for the second. 43 gone, 254 for 5. Those wickets around that 35 over mark, and beyond. Alzarri Joseph returns with a wide. Need to follow up on the good work that Jaden Seals did. Gudakesh Moti still off the field. And that right thumb of his, remember that he was going for a catch. We have just jarred the surface. It's his right hand. And he goes with his left, so that's the only bit of solace for Gudakesh Moti.
Mention Alzarri Joseph and the way he's scattered his lengths throughout this innings. Not ideal, especially when you're trying to contain an opposition. A look at his areas. Of course, Alzarri Joseph in blue. And that's his length, scattered from that full length all the way to very short. Jaden Seals, red, more clustered and that short of a good length, which is ideal in conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's why his economy is just about 4.5.
Yeah, good short ball to Aksa Patel. Also factor in that Alzarri Joseph bowled quite a few short deliveries to Shreyas Iyer as part of a strategic plan. The quickest off the bowlers on show. That direction was good. Might just want to get it up a little bit higher. Alzarri Joseph. Yeah, just about there. Well watched by Aksa to get off the strike.
Deepak Hooda, nicknamed the Hurricane, and that's because of his aggressive batting. Shows that intent all the time when he's with the bat. Scored his maiden T20 century against England. 104. Beg your pardon, it was against Ireland, I think.
And they'll want him to be out there to the very end, to use all of the deliveries firstly, and once he's there, they know that he can find the boundaries with some regularity. Akshay Patel could complement that strategy, that effort, but commendations must go to the West Indian bowlers. They were down and out, but they found a way to stay in this contest. Good fielding. That Brandon King once again. Wonderful work. And just 4 runs from the over, 258 for 5. Top 3, all getting half centuries in good time as well. Meant that the middle order had to come and get going straight away because they wanted to keep up with the momentum, keep up with the scoring rate. It didn't materialize. Mario Shepherd will continue. That could have gone anywhere in a portion of the bat. In the end, a dot ball, another dot ball.
And a tight line being bowled by Romario Shepherd. Just finishing outside the line of the off stump. Hint of inward movement. Just not allowing the right-handers to free their arms through the offside.
That run rate keeps dropping for India. Mario Shepherd using his smarts, his cricketing smarts, assess the conditions quite well. Slower deliveries into the surface, full deliveries, pacey deliveries, just mixing up his lines and his lengths. Very hot day, hot and humid in Port of Spain. Almost in a cauldron here at the Queen's Park Oval. Stands all around. Not much opportunity for the wind to come through, unlike many venues in the West Indies. West Indian players will need to keep hydrated. Look at the stands, just blocking any sort of wind coming through, and you can feel that heat out in the middle, heat and humidity. I'm thankful for the good weather. Had quite a lot of rain in Trinidad recently. Slight drizzle before the toss today, but so far so good. Another short delivery, a concerted effort and plan from the West Indies to Akshay Patel.
Not choosing the Yorker option, Romario Shepherd. He's made the assessment quite quickly, recognizing that pace on, pace off, and back off a good length is the way to go.
Attempted Yorker, just a single, another good over. 5 runs from it. And 263 for 5.
over, boys.
Really healthy start for India. 119 and then 213. Since then, West Indians have come quite good. Jaden Seals in particular, wicketless, but his economy rate in this contest has been quite good. And again, that line not allowing any bit of room for the freeing of the arms. And you can sense that Deepak Hooda wants to get a boundary. 41 balls since the last boundary. Excellent work, especially given the platform that was laid. So the pressure is on these two.
Of course, the West Indies without the services of Shimron Hetmyer, part of this squad of players for this series against India. And since 2019, he would have played 27 matches, ODI matches that is, which an average of 32, 2 centuries, 2 half centuries as well. I'm sure many West Indian fans would be waiting for his entry into ODI cricket in this West Indian squad. Real match winner he is, Shimron Hetmyer. Very good work from Jaden Seals in this power play 3. He's worked really hard on this aspect of his game. Still very much a work in progress. Gave himself the opportunity of playing in Sri Lanka in a T20 league to develop his white ball skills as a bowler. And you can see it on show. Known for his pace as a young man, but developing the skill to roll his fingers across the seam, take pace off the ball, and that experience to adjust to the conditions, which is so crucial for your success as a fast bowler.
Burst onto the scene in international cricket in test matches. Jaden Seals a little bit perplexed. Aksa Patel with the non-call for the wide. Slow ball once again into the surface. Not entirely sure if he touched it or not. That might be the only reason why that wasn't called. Projected score under 300 for the first time. Another good over. 267 for 5. Into the last 4 overs of the innings. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, and Nicholas Puran won the toss, decided to bowl first.
19 runs in the last 6 overs. This is becoming worrying for India. They're still trying to strike boundaries, but there are many singles within that 30-yard circle that they can capitalize on. Sometimes in an innings there's need for that constant assessment as to the way the conditions are reacting to the state of play. Of course, ball not coming on to the bat, so might be a better option to start thinking about dropping the ball and getting to the next end. Haven't been able to achieve run a ball after building such a good platform with the bat early on. India.
Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on. The fielders on the boundary on the on side. He will need to bring someone else in, Nicholas Pooran. While he remains at mid-off. Third man and sweep on the boundary. Those are the 5 boundary riders. Goes for the big hit. Didn't connect. Deepak Hooda might have been rushed for pace by Alzarri Joseph, and Nicholas Pooran is rotating his bowlers well. Romario Shepherd from this end, Jaden Seals, now Alzarri Joseph back in. And you would like to think that those are the 3 bowlers who would bowl the remaining 3 overs after this. Still can't find the boundary. Pushing for 2, just 1, good fielding.
A very good comeback from the West Indian bowlers in this power play 3. Nicholas Pooran taking time to get his field placing right.
Excellent delivery. We've seen Romario Shepherd use the slow ball into the surface, while Alzarri Joseph full fast would have just broken the bat of Deepak Hooda. Excellent delivery any stage of the innings, but particularly now when batsmen are looking for boundaries, not giving them any. Change in field for the left-handed Aksa Patel. Third and final leg in the circle. And slow ball, good variations. Smart thinking from Alzarri Joseph.
And you can tell from the field that he will take pace off the ball if he is bowling that outside off stump line. Of course, there is a short third, a backward point, so any pace on the ball will make it easy for Aksa Patel to find the gap and score behind square offside. What Alzarri will attempt to do now is go full and bowl into the pads of Aksa Patel. There are 3 boundary riders, leg side, so there is protection. Will he get the execution right? That's the challenge. Nails it.
.272 for 5. Runner at the moment 5.79 for most of the innings it has been over 6. The last 7, 8, maybe 10 overs, the West Indies have done superbly, and they'll want to finish off strongly. Deepak Hooda and Aksa Patel, 27 and 15 deliveries respectively, so they've been there for a while, and with just 18 deliveries left, they'll want to get to that 300 mark still. And Jaden Seals for his penultimate over, none for 34 from 8. Third man fine leg in the circle. Smashed straight back over his head. A wonderful blow from Aksa Patel, and finally a boundary for India.
Breaks the shackles, so to speak. Previous 7 overs just producing 30 runs, and he nails this one off the middle of the bat. Some pace off the ball, allowing enough time for Aksa Patel to get his hands going through the ball, and he smacks it all the way for 6. Just about to say there is room for some innovation from these two out in the middle. How often have we seen the ramp, the reverse sweep across formats in international cricket? Well, now is the time.
White ball from Jaden Seals. So feeling the pressure from that first ball strike. You have to be very careful with the lines he bowls with third and fine leg in the circle. He's now put backward point, shot a wide third man on the boundary. Over the offside, well hit, good connection from Aksa Patel. 6 and a 4 in the over so far.
You can glean what Jaden Seals is trying to do. He was searching for that Yorker wide, ended up bowling a half volley. The field is set with protection offside, 3 sweepers, but he doesn't get it right, and that's the risk. Margin for error so slim if you don't get that length being full.
Can't be too predictable with the line of attack as well, Jaden Seals. Straight to the fielder. Good connection, but not precision.
Much better in terms of length from Jaden Seals. He got it full. Still a chance for India to get to 300. Still 5 wickets in hand, so will be all-out attack on the West Indian bowlers. These 2.5 overs remaining.
Pace off once again from Seals. It has worked. Deepak Hooda is still struggling to get any sort of momentum. 28 deliveries he's faced, no 4s, no 6s. Aksa has a 6 and a 4, both in this over. Drill, but protection in the deep has been a comparatively expensive over for Jaden Seals.
Well, when you look at what India has done in ODIs in this power play 3, they average about 86 runs. That's in the last 10 innings of ODIs that they've played as a team. So just underscores the quality in this West Indian bowling lineup in this phase. This surely wouldn't help. Flies all the way for 6. He was sitting waiting for that delivery, pace off, and it sat up nicely. A good end to the over for India, 292 for 5.
$292 for 5, the last ball of the previous over. Well, it was the predictability of the length, and Huda was just waiting. He got himself his first boundary. Zari Joseph in for his final over of the innings. First 3 overs cost some 25 runs, Zari Joseph. Since then, he's been quite good. His variations have come off. Can he finish this last over off strongly? West Indies would want that. India, but they're searching for boundaries. Third and final leg in the circle once again, so it might suggest slower deliveries. Oh, full and straight. Excellent delivery. Clean him up, straight through. Zari Joseph picks up a wicket, the wicket of Keacy Patel. Beaten for pace once again.
And he's kept his options open, Zari Joseph. He was not predictable. Yes, he used length deliveries. He was full and wide. And this time, full and straight. Hits the target. And it's the right result for the West Indians, breaking a good partnership. Keacy Patel goes for 21. It's 294 for 6 now.
New batsman for India, Shardul Thakur. 150, a good average as well. An excellent delivery, well rewarded. Zari Joseph has toiled away the last 7 overs or so. Finally gets his reward, and shows why he's been one of the leading wicket takers for the West Indies in recent times.
Gone short. And it's that element of surprise that he has as a fast bowler that has served him very well in one-day cricket. Alzarri Joseph coming into his own, showing his quality as a fast bowler, going short straight away. And you will see him attempt a Yorker and just take pace off the ball off a good length.
Full dispatched in the gap, searching for that Yorker, and just misses it. Huda gets it away.
Deepak Huda has been there long enough not to miss out on a delivery like this. The execution wasn't perfect from Alzarri Joseph, and he pays a heavy price.
Very close to being called a no ball for height as well. 299 for India. One delivery left for Alzarri Joseph. Clean them up. Another wicket in the over. Another stump goes flying. What a way to come back. Alzarri Joseph. Double wicket strike in the over. Again, full and straight, good pace. And had to go for it, Huda. No connection with the bat, connection with the stumps. Huda goes for 27, 299 for 7. Mohammad Siraj, very new to one-day internationals, the new batsman for India. Just that ball tailing into the right-hander, some reverse swing for Alzarri Joseph. I'm sure the Indian picks will be looking at that. Ball being scuffed up on that arid surface, providing some assistance for the bowlers at the back end. Final over will be bowled by Romario Shepherd.
Of course, this bowling lineup without the services of Jason Holder, who has contracted the COVID-19 virus and was deemed unavailable for today's match.
300 up for India. It's the 9th 300+ score at this venue and the 4th for India. And so once again, they've gone past 300 at the Queen's Park Oval. A happy hunting ground for them in the recent past.
It's been a high-scoring venue as well in ODIs, the Queen's Park Oval. A real compliment to the head groundsman, Sheikh Mano, and the staff here. All the quality of the pitches over the years.
Around the wicket. Another good delivery. West Indies wouldn't mind a few singles to end, leg byes. India were at one stage 230 for 2 in the 36th over. So this represents a tremendous fight back. Nicholas Pooran in the deep. Just a single. Wants two, can't get it. Good bit of work.
Wonderful phase of the innings for the West Indians. Will be ideal for coach Phil Simmons and Nicholas Pooran to go into the break with such a high.
Good fielding again. Just getting a hand on it. Keacy Carty certainly saved the 3.
evidence of how good the West Indians have been in the field, generally speaking. Not short on effort with the support shown for the bowlers.
Maybe anticipating him to give himself some room on the leg side. Romario Shepherd in the end called a wide. So still 2 deliveries remaining.
I'm surprised he's gone with pace on, given the feel that he has. And that's risky business. Maybe a chance for Shardul Thakur to use the pace, maybe a ramp shot.
Well, he's changed the field now. The fine leg goes back and the sweep on the offside comes into point. So 3 fielders behind point. We'll make that 2. He goes in front of point. Really good delivery. Doesn't want the single, wants the strike. Shardul Thakur was an opportunity for an easy single, but he wants the final delivery. And come what may, they should be running for this final delivery. Even if it goes through to the wicketkeeper, run until you get run out. In white ball cricket, batting first, you should always do that, no matter what the score. What a shot. Makes good connection. That's why he wanted the strike. Shardul Thakur finishes off the boundary with a clean strike. 308. They get in the end for 7. Romario Shepherd maybe going for another Yorker, misses his length. And a good connection from Shardul Thakur.
Polishes off the Indian innings with a boundary. Would have wanted a few more in the last couple of overs. They weren't able to get it, but 308 for 7. India will be happy with this score, batting first. Not quite sure Nicholas Pooran will feel the same, but there is a target for him and his team to look towards in the second half of this first one-day international.
India still managing to get over that 300-run mark despite the excellent end of innings bowling from the West Indies. Just goes to show how good the work was done up front by the opening batsmen. But Nicholas Pooran will feel heartened by the way his bowlers responded, and particularly after that 35 over mark or so. Shikhar Dhawan, captain, getting off to a really good start in the series. Would be very disappointed not to convert. 97 of 99. Shubman Gill in partnership with him, really stroke-filled 64. Classy. Shreyas Iyer, 54 for him. And Deepak Hooda getting to 27. In the end, 308 for 7 of their allotment of 50. The bowling for the West Indies, well, Gudakesh Moti picked up a couple, 2 for 54, and 1 wicket for Akhil Hussain. And Zari Joseph finished off really strongly, 2 for 61, and a wicket for Romario Shepherd. 12 extras in that innings as well. Alex Jordan is pitch side with Shubman Gill.
I am indeed, and it's congratulations to Shubman Gill for your first ODI half century, a brisk 64. How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was a good wicket to bat on, and I definitely enjoy batting on this wicket. Was very gutted with the way that I got out, but overall it was a good experience for me.
Yeah, great experience. And speaking of which, how are you and your teammates enjoying this opportunity now to play in the absence of Rohit and Virat and the big guns?
Yeah, we are really excited to, get this opportunity to play here in this beautiful stadium. And we have posted a good total, so hopefully we'll be on the winning side on this one.
Yeah, do you like that total, 308? Happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, anything over 300 on any kind of wicket is always a challenging total, but I think we'll have to bowl tight lines, and as I said, hopefully we'll end up on the winning side.
Lastly, Shubman, can you tell me a bit about the conditions, how it's playing out there?
The wicket is pretty good. I think after 20-25 odd overs, the ball started to grip for the spinners, and the ball was certainly holding a bit. Maybe 3 or 2-3 balls in the over were holding a bit for the spinners. So I think the spinners are going to play a crucial role in this game.
All right. Thank you and congratulations, Shubman.
Thank you.
Really stylish opening batsman for India. Well, West Indies, after the break, they will need 309 runs to win from 50 overs. But when we return, we'll have some analysis of the first innings.
Back here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad, India have completed their innings of their 50 overs. They compiled 308 for 7. They got a rip-roaring start from Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill. The West Indies fought their way back through what we would term those middle overs. But then in the last maybe 2 or 3 overs, there was a little bit of an acceleration and lifting of the tempo. So 308 for 7. Sunshine so far here at the Queen's Park Oval, and at this time of year that is always a blessing. Darren Ganga, Darren Sammy, the 2 Ds are here with me. Darren, let me start with you. 308 for 7 represents what for India?
A solid batting effort. I think they will be pleased with this first effort. Batting at the Queen's Park Oval, they had a very good partnership. Their captain, Shikhar Dhawan, leading the way with a top score. His 6 innings being dismissed in the 90s. But they will get a lot of confidence from the half centuries from Shubman Gill, his first in one-day cricket. Yes, they might have searched for more runs in the last 10. They only scored at a run a ball. But as we saw from the surface, the older ball, the hardness being lost, made it more difficult for boundary hitting. But all in all, I think it's an above par total batting first at this Queen's Park Oval pitch.
Darren, yeah, 60 of the last 11. So, but the start, 73 without loss for India in the power play. How will they look back at that?
I think they will. I tend to disagree a little bit with Darren, because I thought they would be looking at a score of 150, 350 with the start they had. they did really excellent in the power play. They had the West Indies bowlers under pressure. Is that second and third spell when they came back? That's where West Indies, Nicholas Purran, Moti, pulled back things for the West Indies after that second drinks break.
Yeah, I think you must agree that the West Indians got better as they assessed the pitch a little bit more. Spin, of course, playing more of a leading role in terms of the style of bowlers, but I still felt that it was a better pitch to bat first on because of the sunshine. The drying out of the surface will take the pace off of this wicket, and it will make batting a little more challenging as we go into the second half of this match.
Shubman Gill said that he felt his spinners could come into play, spinners on his team, but the West Indies did manage to eventually start pricing wickets out. It took a while, but once they got through someone like Shubman Gill with this wonderful piece of fielding.
Yes, Purran led by example in the field, but right after the second drinks break, about that 35 over period, you could sense a message was sent to up the tempo. And when you're looking for quick runs, you stand a chance of losing wicket. West Indies capitalized on that in that period. It's a pity they let 60-odd runs come out in the last 10 overs and propel India to 300. But I think Purran, at the start they had and halfway stage, they will take that 300 when it could have been 350.
We're giving a lot of credit to the spinners. How did the seamers go at the back end?
I felt they improved. Jaden Seals in his first 4 overs was quite good in terms of the lines that he bowled. He was quite straight, didn't offer a lot of width, and that was crucial, especially with a new ball, which allowed for run scoring, especially if you offer that width. But Alzari Joseph proved again that his experience is something that you can lean on later in the innings. He came back, he used his variation. He gave himself many options. He went Yorker, he went pace on, pace off the pitch. He's used his short delivery as well to very good effect, and it made it very challenging for the Indians to score freely in that back end of the innings.
How should the West Indies approach this effort?
Well, first off, they have to see off the new ball. But see off the new ball.
Because there's a school of thought that says this is challenging.
Well, don't lose wickets up front. They need wickets in up front to counteract Chahal and Axar Patel in the middle. That would be the key. How West Indies play spin. We saw they struggle against Bangladesh. How they play spin, quality spinners. And I think, I said it at the start, Nicholas Purran is key in that batting lineup for the West Indies. Shai Hope bat through the innings and let the roughman Powell, Nicholas Purran, bat around him, and hopefully they could make a very good chase at that target.
All right, in a word, can they do it?
They can. They've got to have the attitude of trying to score big, especially the top 5. They've got to organize their minds to get 3 figures. If they can do that, there's a very good chance that they can get this total.
Thank you very much to the 2 Darrens, Darren Sammy and Darren Ganga. Well, after the break, we will hear from one aspiring great fast bowler chatting to a legend of the game about fast bowling. On the way to this break, though, here's a little glimpse of what you can expect after the break.
When you were my age, what was your biggest challenge?
When I made my debut, I had Malcolm Marshall, the late great, had Courtney Walsh, my great friend, and Patrick Patterson, Ian Bishop, Winston Benjamin. All those guys were there before me. So what I tell myself from very early, I didn't want to be the weak link, meaning guys will see off the big boys and look to beat up Ambrose. I never wanted that. So I was forced to learn really quickly. I wasn't on par with them yet, but I didn't want to be too far off. Hey everybody, I'm Curtly Ambrose, former West Indies fast bowler.
I'm Azari Joseph, West Indies fast bowler. So, Ambi, what does it take to become a legendary fast bowler?
What does it take? Don't play. No, but on a serious note though, is quite a few ingredients. I mean, hard work, dedication, determination, sacrifices, all that complement with your skills and your longevity and performances, of course, on a continuous basis. At the end of it, you'll become a legend. So, sounds fair?
Sounds good. How do you think you would, cope with the different conditions now? I know pitches are a bit flatter, ball's not doing a bit much, against today's batters.
Yeah, you're right. It would have been a real challenge. The surfaces nowadays, as you quite rightly mentioned, Azari, is not conducive for fast bowling, and it can be a bit of a turn-off. So I reckon if I was playing in today's game with these kind of conditions and these players, I think a little more variation would be the key. You've really got the skills, you've got pace, so if you get the surface that is helpful, you can utilize your pace and your seam movements and all of that. Now let me shoot the question at you, Azari. You were playing in an era where the pitches aren't really helpful. And for me, the question is, what is your mindset normally when you go to play on a flat surface? What do you think of?
Firstly, I'd take the information from the pitch. If I realize it's really, really flat, then I go to, my patient game. Because if there's not giving me anything, then I don't plan to give you anything. So it's me and you. We're gonna play the fishing game. We're gonna play the cat and mouse. We're gonna go for the long haul, and it's the better man wins.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of young fast bowlers nowadays, they lack patience.
So when you were my age, what was your biggest challenge?
Well, my biggest challenge at age 25, the thing is, when I made my debut for West Indies, I was 24. So a year later, my biggest challenge, well, even before that, when I made my debut, I had Malcolm Marshall, the late great, had Courtney Walsh, a great friend, and Patrick Patterson, Ian Bishop, Winston Benjamin. All those guys were there before me. So what I tell myself from very early, I didn't want to be the weak link, meaning guys will see off the big boys and look to beat up Ambrose. I never wanted that. So I was forced to learn really quickly. I wasn't on par with them yet, but I didn't want to be too far off. So that was my motivation and the challenge, to be up there with them at close enough. It's a pride thing too, see? Well, we Antiguans, full of pride. Now what 25 hours are we? You started much younger than I did. You came out of the Under-19 World Cup successfully as the leading fast bowler, and we won the World Cup as well. And then you were thrust into West Indies cricket at a very young age. How did you feel about that? That's the first thing. And how did you make the transition from Under-19 to international cricket? And there's a lot of questions, it's a long one, but I'm sure you get a picture.
Yeah, it was really a surprise for me, because at the time I was just enjoying CPL, and I got the call to go to Jamaica for the second test against India. But it was a proud moment, and my grandmother was even more proud than I was, because she always said to me when she on the school at ARG, she keep telling everyone that the next person from Antigua to play for West Indies is going to be her grandson. But yeah, it was really a challenge for me, because at that time I think I had maybe like 4 or 5 first-class games, so I was still learning the game, still learning now, but at the time I was a lot less experienced. So I had to learn on the job, basically. Right now you have myself, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Simmons, Preston McSween, Shamal Holder, Kean Harding. Any words of advice you'd give us to, all those young fast bowlers trying to get you know, their name established in West Indies cricket?
For me, the advice I would give, obviously, to become a great, there's a lot of different ingredients. But first thing, it starts with you as an individual, your self-belief and your confidence. Because even if I come to you and give you all the advice in the world and you're not confident in your own ability, it may not work. Or another thing, and I know you're not like that, but I'll just say it to all the others, don't let anybody intimidate you. Any batsman. You know, sometimes you meet a batsman who you know is a great player, and sometimes you may feel a little bit intimidated. Can I get him out? You do the intimidating. Let them know you're here for business, and no matter what, no matter how great you are, I believe I can get you out. And that's the kind of mentality. Some people might figure you're a little bit cocky, but it's not being cocky, no, or arrogant. It's being confident. Because if you're not confident, half the time you're going to lose. So those would be my advice to you and all the youngsters. And like I say, all the names you call, I've seen you guys play, so I know you guys are capable. You know, so when you guys do well, it pleases me. Right? I mean, you know, now I'm doing a little commentary. And when I'm partial to the fast bowlers, some of my co-commentators say I'm too fast bowler friendly. But I don't know much about batting, so I gotta stick to what I know. So when I see my fast bowlers them get success, it brings a smile to my face, you know. Join me in the legendary status. All right? We got a deal, okay?
All right.
Good, man.
I know you had a lot of variation yourself. You know, a lot of different deliveries. So which was your favorite delivery and what does it take to perfect that?
When I started first, I depended heavily on two deliveries mostly. A good bouncer and a good Yorker. And it worked for me in local cricket in Antigua, playing for Antigua in the Leeward Islands competition. It worked for me. Even when I played for Leeward Islands in the first class competition, it worked as well. And then when I get to international level, it worked for a short period of time. Then I realized the level is so much different. The competition is so much higher that the Yorker bouncer thing won't work all the time. So then I had to go back to the drawing board and I developed, you know, the art of getting the ball to go away from the right-hander. And when I started early as well, I used to bowl very wide in the crease. So left-handers was, I wouldn't say easy pickings, but it became so natural to me, going across the left-handers. And then had to learn to bowl closer to the stumps, get the ball to go away from the right-handers. And then it takes a lot of work. And then I started to hit some edges and things, going down to the slip cord, and that really gives me a lot of joy. So for me, so I would say maybe the leg cutter would be my favorite delivery.
So yeah, just a little stat I've been keeping close eye on, you know, you and Sir Courtney Walsh. You guys are at the pinnacle of the one-day wicket takers for West Indies. I think it's 220 something and I think 217 or 212. That's my first target.
Okay.
So I'll get to that first and then if I play long enough, I'll try and get to 500 test wickets.
Okay. Let's talk about the one-day setup. How many wickets you have now?
I think I'm at 77.
Okay, so you got a long way to go. Yes, Courtney Walsh, my great friend, has got 227, and I'm 2 behind, 225. So you got a long way to go, but like I said, once you play long enough, the wickets will come. So, as you say, that's the first thing you want to wipe off. So you want to push Walsh second and push me third.
Yep.
Okay, well that's fine. I can live with that. Simple means you and West Indies will be doing well. So I'm happy for that. Test match wickets, 405 for me. Walsh 519. Let's take it slowly. Get to 100 wickets first. That's the first milestone. And then after that, we try to get to 2, so we take it in stages.
To be very honest with you, test match cricket is what I enjoy playing the most.
Hallelujah, amen. I'm happy to hear that because I'm the very same. Tell me about test cricket today, tomorrow, and forever. That's the real cricket, right? The word says it all. Test. Test of your skill, your character, your patience. Test of everything, your longevity, right? One-day cricket, T20 is exciting, but at the end of a career, you can only get legendary status when about a test match cricket you play, and the amount of wickets or runs scored. One day cricket T20, they will say, oh, he's a great T20 cricketer or a great one-day cricketer. You would hardly even say about legend.
Legend, yeah.
Test match cricket. So I'm really getting you, Azari, and I'm proud of you. Because some people say we old school, but not old school is a reality. Test match cricket is the real cricket.
Well, that's what I grew up on. My grandmother took me to every test match playing Antigua.
Right.
Even if I had school, I would have been at the test match after, right on that scoreboard at the AIG.
Right.
Even if it's Antigua playing St. Kitts,
right,
I would be on that scoreboard. Every game being played, I'd be there.
There you go. So, in closing, I just want to wish you every success possible. Just continue to believe in yourself, believe in your ability, stay positive, and like they say, the sky's the limit. Next time we have this talk, the stats will look different.
Surely.
Right?
All right. Thanks,
good man. Yeah, man. Anytime. Good man. Hope you got all that, because we can't do it again, right?
Halfway stage of this first match of the CG United ODI series powered by Gold Medal. West Indies require 309 runs to win, and if they do so, it will be a record run chase in ODIs. That's the target, 309 for the West Indies. No team in ODIs has chased 300 plus to win at this venue. India would be quite pleased with this batting effort. Their captain Shikhar Dhawan led the way with 97. Was a stroke-fill half-century for Shubman Gill, his first in ODI cricket, and Shreyas Iyer as solid as ever, contributing significantly. Naran Sami alongside me. The West Indian bowlers got better at the latter stage of the innings.
Was definitely, especially Alzari Joseph and Jaden Sills, I thought bowled well throughout the inning. They pulled back things nicely, but in the middle with Moti and Akil Hussain, they were the ones who really pulled back things and prevented India from scoring 350. Here come the West Indies opening batters. Looking at Kyle Mayers, Indian captain, just missing out on a 100, but he'll be happy with 309 here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Would have been his 18th ODI century. It's the 6th time he's been dismissed in the 90s in one-day cricket. Shikhar Dhawan seems to be enjoying leading this Indian one-day side. And Siraj with the new ball. Always an opportunity for you to glean something from the first half of a one-day international if you're opening the bowling in the second half of the game. And he's up against one of the most prolific West Indians in ODI cricket, Shai Hope.
Ahmed Siraj will open the bowling for India, and it's very important that Shai gets big runs. Caliber of players batting around him. If he stabilizes one end, West Indies has a good chance of chasing that total.
We'll look to see if there's any swing on offer. Mohammad Siraj is usually quite attacking with his lines and lengths. He will try to finish on and about off stump. I'd like to go one step further, Darren Sammy. I think it's about sharing that responsibility of run scoring, more so with the top 4 in this West Indian batting lineup. Can't leave that scoring or the glut of scoring to Shai Hope. Yes, he's got 12 ODI centuries, but I think the others in this batting lineup, top 4, top 5, they need to also produce 3 figures.
Obviously, cricket is a team sport. You need everybody to pull their weight. Like you said earlier, you learn the good things when you get a second bite at the wicket. You know, India would have batted, the information would have gone back to the bowlers. This is the line and length you got to bowl on that surface. And so far you've seen Siraj bang on target. Just hitting that good length area, not giving them any room to free their arms.
Off the mark, Shai Hope. Of course, this Indian ODI side, without the services of Jasprit Bumrah, one of their attacking bowlers with the new ball. Why they've been so successful in ODI cricket is because they share that wicket-taking responsibility with their spinners and their fast bowlers. There's no over-reliance on one style of bowlers.
Yeah, and it's why India, England, these guys are top side. You know, the ability to take wickets throughout the inning. If it's with the new ball, when the field is spread, your spinners, Chahal, Patel, they will come into play.
Good first delivery to Kyle Mayers. End of the first over, 3 without loss. As mentioned earlier, at this venue, no team has chased 300 plus in ODIs to win. Will be a first if the West Indians are able to do so. Prasid Krishna generates quite a bit of pace.
This man on screen, Andrew Chahal, be quite happy to bowl on this surface, especially the latter part of the inning when he saw Akil Hussain extracting some bounce and turn from that surface. But at the moment, the plan seems to be to attack the stumps from the Indian opening bowlers.
What the Indians did quite well when they batted was maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination, and they were strategic in terms of how they attacked the bowlers. They generally struck the ball with the turn. Very similar sort of approach is required by the West Indians to counter and diffuse the threat from the spinners. Akshar Patel, Zindra Chahal, two potent bowlers in the Shikhar Dhawan's team.
Now, just to emphasize on the point we're making, the line of attack, you could see the cover point coming to a shot, catching mid-wicket, bowling and attacking the stumps. I think as a captain, it's much easier when you discuss something in a plan in the dressing room, and bang on target first couple overs, the bowlers are executing that plan, you know, building pressure. It allows you to continue with that plan for as long as you can.
Every single dot is going to create added pressure for these two. They'll know that with the fielding restrictions, there is an opportunity to get that rate above a run a ball in power play 1.
Last ball, Shehu Face, you didn't see Shikhar Dhawan or Shubman Gill missing out on opportunities to score like that. It's a maiden. 3 without loss.
Good looking scorecard if you're an Indian fan. Pitching surely outside the line of the leg stump, so umpire will not respond to that appeal.
5 seconds.
Coach Phil Simmons and Nicholas Pooran, the brains trust of this West Indian side.
Something we've spoken about this West Indies team, even when probably you and I played, Darren, is the dot ball percentage so far in this inning. We've seen a maiden, something you did not see when the Indians batted.
Went at it. Was a vicious swing from Kyle Mayers. He was attempting to cut the ball. It flew off the outside edge and he gets 4.
Some width on offer. Not where he intended it to go. But 4 runs nonetheless. Kyle Mayers love taking on the bowling, so maybe he's been watchful. First couple, seeing off the new ball.
One thing for sure, that 120 against the Netherlands would have settled him in this format of the game. Of course, he made a name for himself, scoring that double 100 on Test match debut. That was against Bangladesh in a match-winning knock that led the West Indies to a win against Bangladesh in Bangladesh. So in his brief career, he's impressed a lot with the bat.
You could see continue to attack the stumps. Shea Hope so far 3 runs of 12 deliveries. People often say Shea probably bats too slow, but I think with him at the crease, you know, making sure wickets don't fall from that end allows the other guys to play with some freedom. 8 without loss.
It's a batting count with lots of potential. Still, many of these players trying to realize performances in this format of the game. Nicholas Pooran with a half century in his last ODI against Bangladesh. Brandon King, Shamar Brooks, who's had a good year in ODI cricket for the West Indies. Both players are waiting for their turn. Looked at Kyle Mayers, and many times when he starts his innings, he's ultra aggressive. And then he settles in. Just tries to put pressure on the opposition bowlers early in his innings. And then settles. He's a strong offside player. So if you offer any width or any delivery that is over pitch, he'll go after it.
Good contact on that one. But straight to the fielder. More pressure being built, Darren Ganga. Also loves this short arm pull that he plays. Normally one leg up in the air. You could see him trying to stay leg side of the ball to access that offside. But at the moment he's getting no room to play with. Interesting stats from the 2 openers. But you could say maybe the Indian opening bowlers are bowling much better line and length to the batters.
Last series against Bangladesh, there was quite a bit of a conjecture about the pitch and the conditions in Guyana. Conditions favouring Bangladesh, offering a lot of turn, not consistent with bounce. This surface here at the Queen's Park Oval, very different. So that's one concern the West Indians will not have to factor in. when they approach this target score. In this match, we've seen consistent bounce, maybe the pace just lowering as the ball gets older in the innings. Gone for it. Had enough length for Kyle Mayers to swivel on the back foot and tuck this one through the onside for a boundary.
He missed out early up in the over. This one a touch shorter. Quickly into position. Dispatching this one over mid-wicket. Maybe that's what you need to bank stat. Aiden, sometimes you just need to feel the ball in the middle of the bat.
End of the fourth, already 2 boundaries to Kyle Mayers, 12 without loss. Shea Hope. He's quite competent against spin, averages higher against that style of bowlers. The last series against Bangladesh, his average in one-day cricket dropped below 50. Indication of his recent form. I'm sure that will be at the back of his mind, so we'll be looking for a big score to start this 3-match series. Usually he's very organized at the start of his innings. Will be strong in defense, not take too many risks.
Well, at this moment, Siraj is giving him nothing. Stump to stump bowling. That's the plan. So far it's working. Hope not being able to pierce the gaps on either side.
Gets it through. Was a mere push, a firm one. Now will bring 4 to Shea Hope.
This is one of the class touch players in this batting lineup. Just caressing this one. It's all pure timing.
When India batted, Shubman Gill played a similar shot. And that was great elegance and class. Hope doesn't get too flustered with dot deliveries early in his innings. That's because he usually sets his sight on batting the full complement of 50 overs, something that Phil Simmons spoke about before the start of this series. And I mentioned that stat to Nicholas Pooran. Since the last World Cup, West Indies would have batted the full complement of 50 overs on 6 occasions out of 39. Up in the air, fielder settles and catch taken. Shea Hope will take no further part in this game with the bat. He has to go.
This is good bowling. Set him up with all these pitched up deliveries. And then boom. Back of a length on the shorter side. Hope caught coming on the front foot. Top edge. He departs for 7. West Indies 16 for 1.
Early success for India with the ball. Shamar Brooks batting at number 3 in the pivotal position. They'll have to show his real worth in the situation. Not his strongest suit. Shea Hope, the short delivery, he was attempting to go leg side. Played way under that delivery. The bounce getting the better of him and the pace.
Bowlers right arm over, 1 delivery remaining.
Successful over for Mohammad Siraj and India, 16 for 1. Lots of work to do for the West Indian batters. Shea Hope already dismissed. Sweetly timed. And that's Kyle Mayers for you. He's a strong man and he gets another boundary.
You could see he was going hard at it. And just last minute, just decided to caress it through the offside, making it an elegant shot. Value for your money.
Indeed, his eyes lit up with the wit on that one. Didn't need to show all his power, Kyle Mayers. He's got lots of it. I guess India wouldn't mind the flashing blade of Kyle Mayers outside the line of the off stump. There is a solitary slip, strong offside field, so it's a gamble that they're taking. Another wicket will put further pressure on the remaining batters in this West Indian side. With a score of 308, it's not a bad risk to take as a captain.
Change of angle.
Cut away. There is a fielder, but again, just enticing Kyle Mayers to go after the wide deliveries offside. Will India employ a similar strategy to Shamar Brooks? One slip, ring through the offside, yep.
Brooks, who had a really good start to his ODI career. Half century against Ireland. It's a bye in the park.
Another little blunder in the field from India. Allows for Shamar Brooks to get off the mark. 6 overs gone, 22 for 1. Highest successful run chases at the Queen's Park Oval in ODIs. Just to qualify what you're seeing there, the first one was a 43 over game, the second one a 45 over game, and the third India chase was a 35 over game. So yep, target scores not above 300, but not the full complement of 50 overs in those chases. This would help, surely help the West Indians.
Rush banging on the length. Brooks going for the cut shot. Saw the wait for their offer. Not where he intended it to, but he'll take 4 runs. Siraj been bowling really well. We spoke about how he was pitching up that ball to Shehab. This is the setup. Good length delivery, bringing hope on the front foot, just keeping him honest. And then the wicket-taking ball, the bouncer, the short ball, catching hope, coming forward. Result in his dismissal.
And you mentioned that fifth delivery of the over that created that element of surprise. You often see that from the very best of bowlers in world cricket. You can't really predict what they're going to do. They have that uncanny ability to create that element of surprise, whether it's the full delivery after bowling stock, whether it's a slower delivery or whether it's a short ball, as you just saw from Mohammad Siraj.
Sometimes the wicket-taking ball is not the regular good length deliveries. You set up the batters. You know, sometimes you'd see bowlers bowl 3 overs of in-swing, getting the batsman, you know, accustomed to that in-swinger, and then you throw out that out-swinger and catching them by surprise. But it seems on this surface, I haven't seen the West Indian bowlers bowled on it. The key was to keep them coming forward and then use that short ball as the wicket-taking delivery, and it worked at this time.
Darren Sammy is giving a testimonial. And that's what he did with the ball when he played against Trinidad and Tobago in first-class cricket. He was wide outside the off and just one delivery. After 5 overs, he will bowl on the stumps.
I remember you, Ganga, in Trinidad and Tobago, quarreling with the captain. how can this guy make West Indies when he's not attacking the stump? And unlucky for you, that one guy on the leg side, when I bowled that single ball on the stump, you hit it to him at mid-wicket. But it's a plan. You know, you stick to it, give it a chance to work, and so far, Shiraz has done just that.
Then go for the short delivery. Again, mind games on show. 27 for 1 after 7. West Indies run rate not keeping up with that scored by India in this power play 1. The discipline shown by these two opening bowlers have allowed Shikhar Dhawan to persist with them. Already 4 overs from Mohammad Siraj. Sid Krishna into his fort. Makes life easy for you as a captain, Darren Sammy, when you have opening bowlers with this sort of control.
Most definitely. It allows you to follow the game plan as long as possible. Unlike 10 overs, Puran had 4 bowlers. Yeah, 73 runs. He was trying to pull back things. That would have been a risky run, but they got it in the end. And also, you would have a plan. Start with the opening bowlers going well. You let them continue. Then your first and second change bowlers come in. The field is spread. Your spinners, you know, you could ease them into the attack.
And in the modern game, there are certain bowlers who will specialize in certain phase of the innings. There are bowlers who will bowl in power play 3 predominantly. So you tend to keep their complement of overs for that phase of the innings. Nowadays, there are many bowlers who can bowl across the different phases. That's how highly skilled bowlers are. Another really good option for Shikhar Dhawan, Shardul Thakur. Genuine wicket taker. 25 wickets in 19 matches for Shardul Thakur in his career so far. Gap finding quite good from Kyle Mayers through that offside. Ends the over on a high. 8 gone, 32 for 1.
Last ball of the previous over. Precision. And threaded through a very small gap by Kyle Mayers. Really good timing as well. He has been striking the ball well. Placement has been the issue. Not on that occasion. Lots of fans in at the stadium today. Really nice to see people coming in to support. First bit of international cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval since the pandemic. Usually a venue that is packed. Lots of fans come in to support. And particularly when India, when they're in town, the fans flock in droves. Good single. And this is what you want to see more of. Yes, they'll be looking for boundaries, but if they can't find the boundaries, they need to find the singles and rotate the strike. Ian Bishop alongside me, Ian. They need a partnership, and a partnership early in the innings.
Yes, and they need certainly one, if possible, guy going on. It's something we look at in the series, who can go on to get 100. Two guys getting significant scores. Deep square leg going out, fine leg coming up.
Really good short ball. Very well directed from Mohammad Siraj. Kalmia's in the end got out of the way. Takes on the short ball this time. Fielder in the deep, so just a single.
And the use of a short ball, we go back to Shea Hope's dismissals. The tactical line was good. It was outside the off stump, maybe fourth stump, fifth stump. And it's something that seam bowlers challenged some of the West Indian players in. That, to me, from my memory, is the fourth time this season at least that Shea Hope has fallen to the short ball. Once against Ireland and Jamaica, one in the Netherlands, one in Pakistan, and here. So there are definite challenges that continue for him with the short ball.
Wide signal, another attempt at the short delivery. Are they thinking about a review? I don't think so. India, when they batted, were off to quite a rapid start in their power play overs. That first power play, first wicket partnership of 119. Another quick single, direct hit needed. I think he was home. Good running from Shamar Brooks and Kyle Mayers. Two deliveries that go down the leg side of Mohammad Siraj. This was signal wide. And no contact with the bat. Goes for 4. This time he gets the gap. Kyle Mayers and ends the over with a boundary. 9 gone, 40 for 1. That's a name that has scored lots of runs. Last ball of the previous over, very well controlled from Carl Mayers and backward of square enough to beat the fielder. Desperate effort in the end was futile. Change in bowling for India. Shardul Thakur into the attack. 25 wickets in 20 matches for him. And this will provide a different challenge. So it's the first bowling change for India. A ring on the offside. 5 fielders in the inner circle. Flicked away. Will get a boundary. First delivery offline, punished.
Tucker is an interesting type bowler with the white ball. He'll bowl a lot of cross seams and scramble seam. Sometimes can produce some very indifferent deliveries, but then suddenly he'll bowl you this pearl, a cross seam there again.
Over the top, deliberate from Shamar Brooks. That helps himself to another boundary. Not well timed, but timed well enough to get the boundary. Consecutive fours off Thakur.
Lifting the tempo in the power play, so just be mindful of his little cutters, his little seam wobbles. It's a good surface.
Might have thought about going after that one, Shamar Brooks. Sometimes as a batsman, when you've hit a couple boundaries and the momentum is with you, it's difficult to reel that in. Has to be mindful of the target score and how many overs left, and the desperate need for a good partnership. Good batting. 49 for the West Indies. Change of angle for the left-handed Mayers, wrong the wicket. Might find the boundary yet again. Not enough pace on it. Close to the boundary, but not quite. Was a little bit of a slip from Mohammad Siraj. I think he did well enough to prevent the boundary. So it will just be a couple added to the score. 50 up for the West Indies in the 10th. In contrast, India got their 50 in 6.5 overs. Straight to Siraj this time. Expensive over. 12 coming from it. 52 for 1. 10 overs gone, end of the first power play, start of the second. And it will be a change in bowling for India. Aksa Patel introduced into the attack. 45 wickets in 39 matches, very good economy. Skillful bowler, excellent control, Aksa Patel. Can bowl quite quickly when he wants, can bowl slowly, can vary his lengths as well. Skillful. Of course, no Ravindra Jadeja available for India. Was named initially as the vice captain, unavailable due to injury. Hence Aksa Patel into the 11. So again, another opportunity for this young man in national colours. Will be bowling to Kyle Mayers. And they should have seen quite a lot of Aksa Patel in the IPL and in international cricket. He's quite cunning as a bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he can dart the ball in, and in test matches at home in recent times, he's had a phenomenal time. First ODI for him since 2017. And there'd be reasons for that, of course, with Jadeja previously being prominent. I'd love to see if the West Indies, though, as a batting pair, can match up to some of the slow bowling options. So Shreyas Iyer take on Nicholas Pooran off spin quite a lot in the Indian innings, and Shikhar Dhawan after the left-arm spinners. Can they match up efficiently against Aksa Patel and Chahal Takamo as a googly?
And of course, left unorthodox gave the West Indies heap loads of trouble in that last series. In the air, in the gap, and towards the boundary.
Certainly there for the taking. And you'd be looking at some of those footmarks as we saw just briefly in that replay for the left-arm spinner to try to aim into and try to get the ball to hold or to deviate off the pitch. But saw Akil Hussain use it to some extent when bowling against a left-handed batter. They're not significant, but they're there. Something to aim for occasionally.
Another shot, another gap, another boundary. So consecutive boundary for Kyle Mayers. That was a really good shot, that top shot from the southpaw.
An area that he's strong, so Aksa Patel will reflect and say, maybe I need to get the ball up because my four fielders outside are three deep leg side and then the long off. So I really need to be bowling a little bit straighter and maybe at times a touch fuller.
And once again, almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. That's a hat-trick of fours for Kyle Mayers.
Yeah, that's not the line, nor is it the length. What I like, though, particularly about the last two boundaries, is he's not trying to overhit the ball. Using his natural strength and his timing round the wicket. Better length and different angle, much straighter. 66 for one.
243 more needed from 39 overs. Expensive last over from Aksa Patel, 14 coming from it. New bowler, and Deepak Huda into the attack. So he has this off-spinning option, especially with Kyle Mayers out in the middle. So as you mentioned, Bish, that matchup and ensuring that the better option is on strike more often than not. It's not going to happen all the time, but more often than not. And rotation of strike throughout the innings, so key. Around the wicket to Kyle Mayers. Did get into some problems with the off spinner from Bangladesh. But he's in good rhythm now. He's well set. He's on 40 of 29. And we know how quickly he can score. He's a positive type player. And once he's there, runs will come. West Indies will want him to be there for as long as possible. A couple dot deliveries to Brooks. This is a good start from Deepak Huda.
I think by the same extension, you're right, because you're both 3 dots, but I think 3 of those deliveries should have been punched into the gap from Shamar Brooks. Like that, he picked out that man at mid-wicket and I think hit one back to the bowler. 69 for 1.
This is where we are at in this game, the first CG United One International. India being inserted by Nicholas Puran, 308. Well, they're 69 for 1 after 12. Shardul Thakur back into the attack. Very expensive first over from him. He switched ends. And similar to the way he started from the other end, he started from this end, except it didn't go for 4. Power play from the West Indies. Kyle Mayers got off with a couple boundaries. Shea Hope went early, trying to get the boundary for himself. And then all timing and placement from Mayers, good control. Shamar Brooks got himself a couple boundaries, and that effort has been a really good partnership with 54 now. Now this is what he was trying to do previously. Shamar Brooks, he should be able to read the game scenario. And at this stage, try to give Kyle Mayers as much of the strike as possible. And whenever an opportunity presents itself for Brooks, try to get the boundary. But this man is in good nick. And you want to keep him flowing. You want to keep him on strike as much as possible. Deep mid wicket, fine leg. Well, long one comes into mid on. Has the third and the sweep on the offside. Shadul Thakur wrong the wicket.
I think some of the, since the rules have evolved, right? I was talking to Darren Sammy about it. The rule changes now for captains where from overs 11 to 40, you're only allowed 4 fielders outside of that circle. Come back to it. What it does is that spinners are limited in certain lines that they can bowl. If you're a player that can sweep, reverse sweep, strike the ball down the ground, seamers, a lot of them have to try to bowl back of a length in these middle overs because oftentimes they won't have a deep down the ground fielder. Sometimes a lot of guys keep them square, 2 deep fielders square. There's a long on here, bottom right. So what that means is, as a batter, you can see sometimes what the planning will be coming towards you, and as Kyle Mayers did against Akshar Patel, he was able to find and hit the gaps. So it's tough on bowlers, but as a batter, it's something you can try to use to your advantage. Mayers has gone well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly allows a level of predictability as a batsman. He's tried that shot a couple times in the over. Gets a single. A much improved over from Thakur. 73 for 1. Partnership continues to build and to blossom. Fire rate still over 6. 6.35. It means that the West Indies will need to continue to score. And India will know if they can string together a few economical overs, the pressure will build. Scoreboard pressure, in addition to an inexperienced batting lineup, can be quite telling.
We look at the field here, Samuel, and for viewers wherever you are in the world, and with the off-spinner bowling, 3 deep fielders leg side is pretty basic stuff. The only other deep fielder is down at long off, so he has to bowl straight. He bowls too straight, and so that's the sort of thing that this field limitation will force bowlers to do.
Well swept and gets a 4. He does get the 4. A bit of a fumble, from Shubman Gill. Had it in his hand, but inexplicably threw it onto the rope. And Brooks gets another 4.
We said it time and again, he's one of the few guys in this team that will sweep, and when he's sweeping the off spinner, he looks more at home than sweeping the left arm spinner. That's not good, Gill.
Had it in his hand there, and then it slipped. And it's a small thing, isn't it? That one additional fielder in the inner circle means that he doesn't have that sweep on the offside, which would allow him to bowl either side. Has to bowl quite straight now. Good batting once again from Brooks to get a single to end over number 14, 81 for 1. Of 65 from 58. Shamar Brooks has supported Kyle Mayers and his aggressive stroke play quite nicely. Quite complementary in approach, these two. Thakur to continue. He's been a tad expensive in his first couple overs. As we saw with the West Indian bowlers early on, they took some time to settle into the conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. A pitch bereft of live grass, very brown, bare surface. So the ball wouldn't slide on as if it was grassed. Mayers scoring square off the wicket, 21% offside and then 43% in that third man area. Anything short too was scored square onside. A no ball. Not good once again from Thakur.
Look at those scoring areas. We spoke about him wanting to access that offside. And anything with width, he tends to favor it. And Thakur is not having a good afternoon. So far conceded 20 runs. It's a free hit to Shamar Brooks.
Squeezes it offside. Good response from Thakur to cover up for that error of overstepping.
And so far, really good partnership. Built in two guys from Barbados. They've played some cricket together. That's all West Indies need to do. Stick to the run rate. Don't let it get too high. Because with the likes of Nicholas Pooran, Rahman Powell, Brendan King, I think they're supporting sales, aren't they? But the longer these two bat, it gives the cushion for the likes of Puran, who we all know could change the course of the match. Space of 6 overs.
Nicely cut off by Chahal. Nicholas Puran in the last series spoke about the West Indies still learning the way of playing 50-over cricket. Mentioned that he has a relatively young side and the template for 50-over cricket, especially with the bat, is still being confirmed. Puran himself, Brandon King and Rovman Paul to come. That's where the real engine room of this West Indies batting exists.
And because these three to come score so quickly, it's important that these two at the crease bat as long as possible. So when they come in, 2-3 good overs, the game is over. Last ball, that goes over. Ends with a dot. It's a good number, 88 for 1.
Okay.
That's the equation if you've been following this game. India scoring 308 for 7, batting first. West Indies now 88 for 1.
Yes, goal.
I'm very surprised that Shikhar Dhawan has not opted for Yuzvendra Chahal. Already into the 16th over, and this partnership 73. When you look at this complement of bowlers for India, he is the most attacking option. Might be good to be proactive, get Chahal on, get a wicket and then pull him off. So important to control the game in 50-over cricket as against reacting to it.
Yeah, maybe he's quite happy getting overs of these faster bowlers out the way and saving the matchups for likes of Puran, Powell and Brendan King. But you need to get these two out first. We saw Puran employ a similar plan with Akil Hussain. Brought it in quite late. It's a wide ball on the leg side. I haven't seen how difficult it was for bowlers to get wickets on this surface. Having a champion spinner like Chahal, you'd want to bring him into the game.
I think with a bowler like Chahal, you might be thinking 3 spells in a 50-over match. 3 to 4 overs per spell. Use him effectively throughout the course of the 50 overs. Especially if you're defending a target. Don't want to pigeonhole him into being the only match winner for you with the ball. I always believe in priming bowlers, see what their form is like on the day. So it gives you a better gauge in terms of bowling changes. So far, no Chahal. 50 up for Carl Mayers. He's done it with ease, and he's looked in full control. Well played. 94 for 1. And we will have a Blue Waters drinks break. Trinidad and Tobago host this wonderful three-match series. Twin Island Republic that is positioned the most southern in the Caribbean chain of islands, just on the tip of the South American mainland. More specifically, back here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, the West Indies needing just about 6.3 runs per over if they are to get these 309 runs to win this first one-day international of the series. Almair's going past 50 second time around in ODI cricket. 8 4 stays innings, many of those boundaries coming through the offside. It's been the aggressor in a wonderful partnership with Shamar Brooks. Very much at ease. Carl Mayers lost his opening partner quite early, Shea Hope, but it's been the Bajan connection doing the business with the bat for the West Indies.
As we've been talking about him, Rendra Chahal comes into the attack. What will be Mayer's approach? Will he let him or allow him to settle into his rhythm, or will he take you on?
Playing a miss straight away. Chahal. Bowls with a fair amount of guile. He is a bowler that will turn the ball in most conditions. Has variations as well, the wrong on, and he'll not be afraid to use it more so to the left-hander. Since the start of March 2021, he's played 10 one-day international matches, 19 wickets to Chahal. It's an average of 24. That's why he's valued so highly in this Indian ODI team.
target. Look to see if he's going to extract any turn bounce from the surface. We saw Akil Hussain earlier on getting a little bit of bounce.
Slip in play. I'm surprised he started without a slip to the right-hander. We'll also see pace variation from Chahal. He wouldn't bowl every single delivery at the same pace already. First 3 deliveries, 86, second 76, and the third 83 kilometers per hour. So a bag of tricks from the Indian wrist spinner. Critical moment in this one-day international.
Very critical, especially after the drinks break. These two looking to settle in again. In comes the champion leg spinner. Starts off well. 1 run from the over. It's 95 for 1.
Mohammad Siraj was very good with his straight lines, tested the defenses of the batters. Prasidh Krishna as well supported in that opening spell. Thakur was a bit expensive, but both Aksan Huda, they were holding bowlers, so to speak. Just seen the introduction of Chahal. I'm sure in this power play too, we'll see spinners bowling in tandem with each other. Pace of the ball has been a little more difficult and challenging to score off. So that when India batted, similar strategy employed by Shikhar Dhawan. Difference is he's got a more attacking bowler in that of Chahal, so could afford to be more attacking with his field placing.
And it's important that with the introduction of Chahal, West Indies keep the scoring from the other end. If they're not going to take the risk against him, make sure the next end they put pressure on that bowler. Don't let 2 bowlers dictate the pace of play.
And with the off spin from Huda, you'd expect that Shamar Brooks has to be the aggressor now. He's been there long enough. He has to impose himself a little bit more on Huda. Maybe use his feet, keep that strike rate and the scoreboard ticking over. Maybe look for a boundary as well. Huge gaps through the onside, hit with the turn. Let that matchup work in your favor.
Kyle Mayers normally look to go over extra. The ball spinning away from him.
Nicely, hold there.
Even at this moment, it's just overrun a ball. So if they just keep it ticking, a boundary here and there, it keeps them within range.
Nicely, no run here. Well done, Iyer. Well done, buddy. Good over. Well done.
18 gone, 99 for 1. Both worms parallel with each other. West Indies in touching distance of the required rate. Going along nicely at the moment with still 9 wickets in hand. Keen to see the degree of turn extracted from Chahal on this surface. And Darren, it's not about spinning every single delivery, it's about spinning one and just planting that seed in the batsman's mind that you have the ability to turn the ball, especially if you're turning it away from a batsman. You negate that intent to use the feet and get to the pitch of the ball because it becomes high risk.
Yeah, and as a batsman, you see one ball turn. There creeps in the doubt. Is the other one going to turn? It brings up the 100. That single for West Indies. You would want these two at the crease to bat on. Chahal is there to get wickets. If they can stop him from getting wickets, the bowlers who come and bowl the second and fourth spell bowl into the same batter, it means you putting yourself in a good position.
Yeah, that's a great point. We saw how India struggled beyond Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill and Shikhar Dhawan struggled to find fluency as the ball got older. Boundary scoring became much more challenging in the last 15-20 overs of the innings, so expect the same. It's not going to be easy for the likes of Nicholas Pooran and Keemo Paul to get started and bat with fluency straight away. India just playing the waiting game, and rightly so. Run rate not beyond control, but they're waiting for an error. Yeah, there is that turn. That's the turn that will create so many doubts in the mind of Kyle Mayers. 19 gone, 101 for 1. This is a schedule in store for you between these two teams. First of 3 one-day internationals to be played right here at the Queen's Park Oval, and then there will be that solitary T20 international to be played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. For the first time, that venue south of the island will host a T20 international.
You could see Kyle Mayers is itching. It's been a while since they hit a boundary. He's searching for one. Now is the time maybe Brooks goes down to him and said, you know what, we must learn to absorb some pressure. Just don't get out. It's important that we see off that period where the opposition is bowling well.
So got to try and get a run of ball. You don't want to have that required rate climbing to 7, 8 going into the back end, the last 10 overs of the innings. Another dot. Just 2 runs from the over. 103 for 1. What's Kyle Mayers going to do now? Chahal, he's been very good. It's been a very good phase for India. Kyle Mayers loves the length. If you go short, he'll pounce on you. Or he can use his feet. Did he get hold of this one? He did, of course. Flies all the way for 6, so he's made a statement. How will Chahal respond?
Chahal tossing this one up in the air. Mayers equal to the task. Saw the flight on offer. He just needs to get halfway in the middle of the bat and it goes.
And again, just short of that fielder in cover point. Was that a half chance?
There's that 6 again. Just using his feet. He knew once he hit it, it stays hit.
Here again, you saw, Darren Sammy, that element of surprise, a little more flight, the guile from Chahal. He was ready for it. Kyle Mayers. Good over so far for the West Indies. Eight runs from the over. 1 delivery left. And through the offside. Beautifully played by Kyle Mayers. He is looking dominant. 21 gone, 115 for 1. This partnership between Mayers and Brooks. He's played this shot to perfection. Just enough length for him to give himself room to find the gap offside. Shuttle tacker will try to improve on his first spell. Up and away. He turns it on to Shamar Brooks. Hits through the line and connects well.
And 2 boundaries in a row for the West Indies. They're gonna check if it's a 4 or 6. And 6 it is. So again, Taka not starting well in his spell. Brooks seeing he is the bowler to attack. And has done just that. He's been quite expensive in ODI cricket. That 6 also brought up the 100 partnership between these pair. 105 to be precise, for 105 deliveries.
mentioned with the introduction of Chahal, it was a critical moment in the game so far. The West Indies winning that critical moment. Chahal trying to flight the ball, entice a false stroke, wasn't able to do so. In that phase has allowed a meaningful partnership to blossom, going past the 100 marker, 106 from exactly the same number of balls. Pressure now on the Indian bowlers. What will Captain Shikhar Dhawan do?
This is good from the West Indies. Often you see a boundary and a couple dots, but so far they've been rotating the strike after a boundary. Chahal's last over went for 13.
One for the cross seam delivery. We've seen that from Thakur in T20 cricket. And of course, using a similar skill set in 50-over cricket. Hasn't been able to gain success in terms of wicket taking. Thakur.
Good over so far for the West Indies. 9 runs from it.
In the gap, just a single. There is protection offside. Another expensive over. 10 runs from it, 125 for 1.
$125 for 1. Yuzvendra Chahal continues. Kyle Mayers has gone along solidly. It's part of what they've done so well. Whatever the outcome of the game is, Samuel Badri comes in next to me, whatever the outcome. I'm not saying one way or the other who's going to win the game. Let me make that clear. But the topic of pitches around the Caribbean this year, these are sort of, in my view, more of the type of pitches you want young guys learning their trade on, whatever the outcome, not guaranteeing a win. But 126 for 1 is more in keeping with conditions, Samuel Badri. I think that's my view.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment we saw it today, we were quite heartened that we will get some entertaining cricket. And when you look at the developmental stage of this West Indian batting lineup, this is exactly what they need in order to improve their games. And I'm with you in terms of not guaranteeing an outcome, but at least they have the raw ingredients on which to work and which to learn.
Very pleasant, just one. And just for our listeners and some of our viewers around the world and in India may not understand the backstory, but the learning doesn't only take place in this match. It's from here moving forward for this guy and others like him. So let's leave that there now. Very good. That's another boundary. Brings the Queen's Park Oval crowd to life.
Yeah, that appears to be a googly that has gone awry from Yuzvendra Chahal. Ended up being, yes, down the leg side. Too easy for Kalmias. Really is a good surface. Very little margin for error.
1-3-1 for 1.
Come on, deck.
You like to sort of have a gauge as a viewer of where the other team was at a similar point. Well, there's only 6 runs in it at this stage. But you want to try as a chasing team to get ahead of the rate required if you can. Both teams had only lost 1 wicket. Four overs for 34 for Shardul Thakur, continuing cross seam.
Yeah, into his 5th over and he's already had 3 spells. It goes to show that he's not in rhythm, Shardul Thakur. Shamar Brooks 45 of 59, just needs to keep going, extend this partnership, bat as long as possible. Try it as best as he can to keep Kalmias on strike. He's the man who's going. Again, understanding the requirements of the scenario in front of you. Which is to play the supporting role just like that. I'm not saying if you get an opportunity to score the boundary that you don't take it, you take it, yes. But try as much as possible to give the strike to Kalmias.
And down at long on and deep forward square. Leg side, left of your screen. It's an improved part of the game where he's knocked the ball down the ground. And here at Port of Spain, Trinidad, in terms of highest scoring rates and ODI venues since the start of 2017, minimum 4 matches, Port of Spain, Trinidad on that list. Just a touch over 6 and over. Trent Bridge, high scoring. Malahide. Shardul Thakur so often does it. Looked as though it came off the toe edge or the bottom of the bat. But even though he's expensive, he's gotten the breakthrough.
Yeah, this partnership was 117, almost matched the 119 that India got for their first wicket. And I was just saying that he had to understand what he needed to do. Shamar Brooks, instead he falls, and the second wicket for West Indies falls. And Shamar Brooks, well, he goes for 46. West Indies 133 for 2.
Brandon King in need of some runs.
Now short delivery from Thakur. Shamar Brooks found Mohammed Siraj out in the deep. Shreyas Iyer, beg your pardon, took the catch comfortably in the end. A little bit of celebration as well. But it was a very good partnership and a good platform. West Indies 133 for 2. Brandon King will need to find his feet quickly. Kyle Mills will just need to continue along his way.
I wonder too about the line of a short ball. If it's a short ball at the left shoulder of the right-handed batter, then he'll perhaps hit it behind square. If it's over off stump or just outside off stump, which it was well outside off stump, he had to try to fetch it and help it. And that's what bowlers are looking for. How can I get him to hit it where I want? He definitely had to fetch it from outside off stump. King off the mark. 1-3-4 for 2. Nicholas Puran and Ruffman Powell to come, Akil Hussain and Shepherd pretty much making or trying to make their reputation as all-round players. We know Moti can bat and Alzari Joseph too. Brandon King mentioned in need of runs. Since at 91 against Netherlands, he's gotten 10, 4, 0, 8, 11 and 8.
And he's been batting in different positions in this order as well. Mentioned that he's comfortable batting anywhere in the top 6 for the West Indies. Brandon King is going to be tested here by Chahal.
उसके लिए इजी हो जाएगा।
Nice piece, slower and got a bit of spin and had to force Kyle Mayers to adjust his stroke.
And this is what he does so well, Yuzvendra Chahal. Bowls very slowly at times. The length is so important. So sometimes as a batsman you think it's there, but it really isn't, and you go through with the shot anyway, and all you manage to do is sky it. So far they've played him quite well in West Indies, and they'll identify him as one of the main threats in this Indian bowling lineup. And if they can negate him and target the others, then they would do well.
So maybe are you saying something like, don't give him any wickets, but maybe if he gets one, that's the maximum you want, and if you can take 40, 45, maybe at a minimum off his 10 overs, as the man you're looking to take wickets, maybe that could be a plan.
Yes, absolutely. They've already gotten 24 from 5. 25 going halfway stage, 137 for 2.
172 more required. Shardul Thakur again.
You shouldn't feel any pressure, Brandon King, to get going immediately. Still has some time to adapt and adjust. Neck and neck, these two worms. So this match is quite nicely poised at the moment.
Shamar Brooks' wicket. We saw Shea Hope fall to a short ball. Shamar Brooks as well. A couple of players they've identified about bowling short too. Very rarely venturing too full in length at this stage of the innings. Just quickly too, if you're the West Indies in the run chase, however it goes, you want to identify where do we want to be at 30 overs. Is it around that 160 mark? Just saying. And then for the next 10 overs from 31 to 40, if you have wickets, can you get to around that another 60 runs, 65, and try to tackle 75 or 80 of the last 10 if you have wickets in hand? That's the theory. One way. Just one.
You might also need to consider how the scoring rate dropped drastically when India batted post the 35th or 40th over. West Indies bowled really well, but the ball, as it became softer, it was much more difficult to get those boundaries. So they wouldn't want to leave too much at the back end. Once you have those wickets in hand and you have those power players like the Puran and the Rovman Powell, they'll feel confident enough. This partnership is quite crucial.
Finger goes up. Shardul Thakur again. His first 4 overs went for 34. But he's capable of these breakthroughs. Mears goes.
Just mentioning how important this partnership is, and Shardul Thakur breaks it. Wide delivery, full delivery, went for it. And I think outside edge from the bat of Kyle Mears. And in consecutive overs, Shardul Thakur gets a wicket. Mears goes for an excellent 75. West Indies 138 for 3.
The West Indies captain Nicholas Puran coming off that half-century against Bangladesh in the previous one-day international. But we talked a lot about what the West Indies would be hoping, but India have removed 2 set players.
And maybe just trying to hit that one square of the wicket. Kyle Mears, feet nowhere close to it, just hands. And unfortunately for him and the West Indies, had to go.
Thank you.
Indian fans in the stadium and around the globe would be very happy and pleased with that outcome. But Nicholas Puran has a tremendous record against India in one-day international cricket. Lots of responsibility on the young man's shoulders in his hometown. Plenum first up, 138 for 3.
Sheho put the first to go, then Brooks and Mayers stitched together that 100-run partnership. Then Shamar Brooks went, and then followed by Carl Mayers, both to Shardul Thakur, who's picked up 2 for 4 in his last 2 overs. Akshar Patel's back. 2 new batters at the crease. Dream for Shikhar Dhawan.
Leading into this game, Nicholas Pooran spoke a lot about belief. Belief in himself and belief in his teammates, and the belief that they can fight and compete at this level. Well, he has to show that belief, and he has to show that skill out in the middle. Nicholas Pooran, first time captain in the West Indies in his hometown, home ground. And any player would be dreaming of doing well in front of your home fans. Still a long, long way to go in this contest.
Just trying to bowl as straight up the stumps as possible. Akshar Patel nudged away for a couple. 142 for 3. Some numbers to think about for Nicholas Pooran.
And as much as we saw that graphic there against this opposition leading up to this game, 354 runs for Pooran, average of 44, strike rate of 107. It's all about in the present, in the moment, what's ahead of you here. Brandon King and his captain looking to stitch together a partnership. In pursuit of what would be a famous win. The last time they won here at the Queen's Park Oval, Bish, that 2008 game, West Indies against Sri Lanka. Shivnarine Chandrapal was the hero in that game. A 4 and a 6, last 2 balls off Chaminda Vas to steal victory from the jaws of defeat.
A couple of runs. Yeah, remember that game well. And they're a long way. A lot of work to do here. We'll be focusing on the process. I heard what Puran talked about fighting, but I think it has to be deeper than that. What did you do well in Guyana as a batter when you got that half century? You built an innings. Got yourself in and then expanded in very difficult conditions. So I think technically breaking it down, in addition to talking about the fighting spirit which is applicable, is the key thing.
One leg by, and I think Phil Simmons also mentioned it as well. When the West Indies team wins, what it means to the people of the Caribbean. But not only that, even if they don't win, the manner in which they play and the competitive nature of their performance still makes people feel good, filled with pride. So irrespective of the result, you want to give a good showing. And all of these people who have come in here today, they want to see that fighting spirit. 146 for 3.
Required rate drifting to 7.5 per over. Axar Patel again. His ball largely at the stumps of the right-handed batter. Does so again, so creating pressure on Brandon King. I see Prasidh Krishna getting loose as well. I wonder if his entrance or re-entrance to the bowling attack is imminent.
Yeah, they've removed the slip and put him in that area, that short third area, where Brandon King is just looking to deflect the ball. And it's really an uncomplicated plan here from Axar Patel, just to fire it in at a good length and wicket to the right-hander. Might be a different strategy for the left-handed Puran. He too started off on the expensive side and pulling things back now.
I think it's definitely Prasidh Krishna after an excellent spell from Shardul Thakur. Prasid was the leading wicket taker when these two teams met in the ODI series in Ahmedabad early in the year with 9 wickets. Just 2 off the over. Pressure building, continuing to build. 148 for 3.
Economy rates improving for India as a collective bowling group. 2 very important wickets from Shardul Thakur. Just balancing things in this the second half of the first one-day international between West Indies and India. Prasid Krishna for his second spell. Darren Sammy alongside me. Another critical moment, you would think, this partnership for West Indies.
Very critical. Darren. Could see 3 big boys there. Narayan, Pollard and Ravi Rampal. Wonder what they're discussing.
I think they coordinated dress codes.
One thing I know about you 3D boys, you all like to speak before you all go somewhere and say, maybe we wear black today or red or white, and park the same place, drive the same cars. Yeah, that's how you all operate. But we working for Whispers now. We are also in uniform. The single brings up the 150 for the West Indies. And it's a really important partnership. They got the start, or rather the partnership between Brooks and Mayers. And ideally you would want them to take it deep into the 45th over. So the likes of Puran and King and Powell.
Another fumble. Could have been risky for Nicholas Puran. Mats with a high intensity all the time. So he'll be searching for every single run. Captain Puran.
Yeah, earlier in the over was a quite comfortable single, but Brendan King misjudged it. Cannot afford any run-outs right now. Puran, if he stays, he could really take the game away from India.
Nicholas Puran himself is very mindful of the ebb and flow of an innings. When it's important for a batsman to switch on and not allow the opposition to seize the initiative, he will know that him being there is going to be critical for the West Indies if they are to go on to win. There is a certain amount of guidance he will give to Brandon King in terms of short and small targets and requirements as the innings progresses. Single to end the over, 152 for 3. Aksa Patel to continue.
It's important that Brendan King gets off strike early up in the over. We know how Nicholas Pooran fancies left arm spin.
And with his T20 grooming, Nicholas Pooran will back his skill and ability to get an early boundary in the over. And that is something that he does quite well in T20 cricket. So that transferring of knowledge and skill across formats could be beneficial for the West Indians.
Also in the partnership, it's good matchup. The left arm orthodox.
Educated edge. Won't go for 4, but a couple of runs will take the pressure off Brandon King.
He had a slip earlier on. As you can see Brendan King looking to guide that ball early in his inning. This one was a genuine edge.
How does Nicholas Pooran approach the remaining 2 deliveries of this over? There is a deep mid-wicket. They're mindful of that slug sweep that he plays so well. Is it the time for him to start thinking about a boundary in an over? That's key. And Sami, you said it, with 20 overs remaining, it's a game of getting 150 to 153. Give the West Indies a 150 in a 20 over match. You think they have a good chance of winning it, eh?
Last ball of the 31st over bowled. West Indies 158 for 3.
Some daylight between the worms, an indication that India and its bowlers are getting themselves back into this game. Fall of 2 wickets, just creating that gap. Both set batsmen being dismissed. Shamar Brooks, Kyle Mayers. Keemo Paul is such a powerful striker of the cricket ball. He'll need to take some time to get himself set if he gets an opportunity. Mario Shepherd is also another powerful striker of the cricket ball. Required rate approaching 8 at the moment. That will be on the mind of Nicholas Pooran.
He also knows that once he takes the game deep, he's fully capable of getting that run rate down within a course of 3-4 overs.
What in your estimation will be a manageable required rate in the last 10 overs for the West Indies?
I think in any cricket, if you could restrict the scoring rate to less than 2 boundaries and over, then it's manageable. Once it goes past 10 and goes up to 11, it means you're asking for 2 boundaries. And so far with the surface, it's quite true. You said 308 was enough. But with the power West Indies have in their batting lineup, game could change. But West Indies have to look to bat out 50 overs, something they've not done in a long time. So far, seem to be in an okay position. We know what King can do, we know what Puran can do. We have Rovman Powell who've been batting well in the shade. But it's important right now, they need a partnership to take it to the 41st, 42nd over.
Goes for it, Nicholas Puran. Yeah, he's such a good player, especially if you're short. He'll be quick to pounce on it, and he doesn't miss out on this occasion. Yeah, a little jig and a dance, they're happy.
Captain, very balanced at the crease. Swerving, playing at home. He would want to take this game home for West Indies.
And again, intentional strike in front of square. He's mindful of that fielder in the square leg position. That's the sense of awareness that he has as a player, and he executes well.
Back-to-back sixes for the West Indies captain. This one was touched further outside the off stump, so he had to hit it in front of square. And that right there was a serious slap, Darren Ganga.
Slap with disdain from Nicholas Puran, the West Indies captain, has prompted a discussion with Shikhar Dhawan.
There's the first one, down the leg side. This one was hit with authority. And India would be wary of Nicholas Puran. He's one of the batsmen that could really take the game away from you. We just spoke about him. 12 runs within the space of 2 balls. And that's what he can do. He needs to stay at the wicket, bat longer. And all of a sudden, the rate is coming down.
They're just managing wrist. Dot delivery to end the over, 173 for 3. Trinipasi stand to the left of screen. Always very entertaining looking at cricket from that vantage point. It's an all-inclusive section at the ground here. Usually there's a half-time entertainment show. Tend to find the party goers in this section. Of course, one of the things that makes the Queen's Park Oval so unique for cricket. You've been in there, Darren Sammy?
Yeah, when I'm bowling. Few times. I'm just joking. Yeah, it's a good place to watch the cricket. The vibe is always good. And if it's one thing about the crowd here, when the local boy is in form, The support is always good. Gives you that extra man on the outfield, supporting you.
Very different experience to the Jeffrey Stollmeyer stand where the purists are at. They're normally intensely focused on what is happening on the field. And then in the Caribbean stand, you tend to have a mix of both. Yep, there he is, former West Indian player, Jeffrey Stollmeyer. Up and away, and goes for 6. And that's the confidence that he's gained from his captain, and he does very well.
Having watched his skipper hit back-to-back sixes, Brendan King say, "I'll come down the wicket," and join the fan. Clean striker of the ball.
It's an element of the game that is an asset for the West Indians. The ability to hit 6s. Naran Sami, you know about that in T20 cricket and how that has worked for your team at ICC World Cups. Power on show, end of the 33rd, 182 for 3. And we will have a Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies navigating its way into a nice position. Captain Nicholas Pooran on 21, Brandon King providing very good support. He's on 25, a partnership of 44. Run a ball. Three 6s coming off the bats of Nicholas Pooran and Brandon King. Pooran in particular quite savage on Prasidh Krishna. And the elegance of Brandon King off the spinner also on show. And for the bowlers, well, the spin being more economical than the seam, but collectively still quite good. Haven't really been able to penetrate this West Indian batting lineup. Shardul Thakur picked up 2, but overall he's been a little bit expensive. This is where we are at in this first one-day international. The West Indies They require further 127 more of 102 if they are to win. So they're loving the experience here at the Queen's Park Oval. Music, entertainment, and cricket action on the field.
Both captains so far look relaxed. Shikhar Dhawan smiling. Nicholas Pooran is the key. He bats through to the 43rd over. West Indies will be in a really good position winning this game.
Nicholas Pooran will also be mindful of Brandon King and what he's produced in his 15 previous matches. His average against spin is just 17, so he will know that Chahal still has 5 overs remaining, so that's a great threat to his opposite partner. For now, it's Mohammad Siraj, and King will be more comfortable. Loves pace on the ball. He loves hitting the ball through the offside. So you'd think that spin and the remaining overs from the spinners will be crucial for Shikhar Dhawan and for India. Will give him an opportunity to get more wickets.
Yeah, I expect to see Chahal being reintroduced in the opposite end. I think there's something up with the run-up. Probably a soft spot whilst he's running up.
Just losing his foot in there. Mohammad Siraj might just need a drying agent to be applied to that area. We've had quite a bit of rain in Trinidad and Tobago in recent weeks. Of course, it's the rainy season, or the hurricane season, as many refer to this time of the year. Yesterday there was quite a bit of rainfall that prevented the West Indies from having a full training session.
So far, these are the wickets to fall. Hope set up by Siraj with that short ball. They're getting a lot of deliveries being pitched up to him. And again, another short ball. Brooks trying to hit this one into the stands. Could only get it to deep square leg. Kalmia's batting so well, chased a wide run from Dhaka. They now caught behind.
Another repair done to the area that was of concern for Mohammad Siraj. And play on the way.
We saw when India batted, they were, after the second drinks break, they were in a really good position.
Thank you.
After only losing 1 wicket. And it almost seems like a message was sent to up the tempo. And then you saw Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill getting out quickly. And that kind of gave West Indies that momentum during the next block of 7 to 8 overs. It's important that these pair build again after the drinks break.
You're right, Aaron Sammy. It was about the 33rd over to the 43rd over, that 10 over phase where India lost 4 wickets in quick time, really stifled their ability to accelerate and to score freely and to build upon the platform that they got. The West Indies will be mindful of this phase. Nicholas Pooran in particular, he often talks about winning those critical moments in a cricket match. Well, he's there.
And I think during that same period, the two spinners operated quite well. At one point in time, we said probably 350. India, the best way to stem the flow of runs, get the main batters out, and that's what they did.
Allowed the West Indies to only limit India to a run a ball in the last 10. India will be attempting to do the same. Now, what you don't see when there's a batting payout in the middle is that target setting. That often happens. Players set themselves small targets, whether a target score in the space of 5 overs, so there's something to aim at collectively. Both Huda and Chahal with 5 overs each. What you can say about Nicholas Pooran is he's worked really hard on his match-winning ability with the bat. We've seen it more often in T20 cricket. What he's able to do is to assess the equation, set small targets, target particular bowlers as well. That's how he's been able to navigate his way through the different equations and gain himself winning outcomes. I'm sure he has a target at 40 overs.
Single to end the over. 24 gone. It's 186 for 3.
India, they were far ahead in terms of comparison after 34 overs, and this is a big moment in the game. Indra Chahal with the ball once again for a second spell. Went wicketless in his first. What we saw in that first spell was a turn on offer for him as a right-hand wrist spinner. Showed his variety as well. He bowled quite a few wrong-ons to Kyle Mayers, the left-hander. He wasn't afraid to flight the ball, show guile.
Well, we all know if he flights it for Nicholas Pooran, he won't be afraid to dispatch it to the boundary.
Here we go.
Put it nice and flat there. No flight on offer here.
So do you think that Nicholas Pooran will take the opportunity to go after him?
I think if he sees the opportunity to score, he will. Still scoring freely at the other end. Probably would be saying, what's the point of, taking the risk against them? The bowler who comes on to get a wicket.
What's the mindset of Shikhar Dhawan? No slip in play, so fairly defensive.
You want to build some dots, take the scoring rate up a bit. He's hoping right now the batsman make the mistake. He's not going searching for the wicket, not being overly too attacking.
Good so far from Chahal.
Could see Nicholas Puran telling Brendan King, just bat on. It's okay. We'll get it from the other end. Same as Shikhar Dhawan probably asking, how can we get a wicket? What else do you need? One run so far, 4 deliveries.
Does well. Brandon King turns the strike over to his captain. Intense contest on our hands. Another single. Measured and watchful, Nicholas Puran. 189 for 3.
Overs gone, and we can see how this innings has progressed. Just the 3 wickets falling so far for the West Indies. This partnership, 51 from 56, so another good one for the West Indies. And every time they're getting themselves in a strong position, something untoward happens. Just like that. The big wicket, the wicket off the captain, Nicholas Puran, and success for Siraj.
He lost his shape and offering advice as he walks off. Exactly what India needed, as Puran was lining himself up to try to go deeper. And the fellow seamer takes the catch. Shifts the balance of power once again. Come on, says Siraj. Puran goes for 25. It's 189 for 4.
Keemo Paul, the new batsman for the West Indies. Lots of work for him to do. This is the reason why he's here. Nicholas Puran trying to go for a maximum, not getting it anywhere close to the middle. And a comfortable enough catch for Prasid Krishna. And the two Jamaicans out in the middle for the West Indies. But lots of work to be done. 120 from 89. There's still lots of deliveries left, and Rovman Powell would do well to get himself set. Does get used to the conditions a little bit. He still has some time. Just give yourself a chance. Off the mark with the boundary. Rovman Powell just helped that one around the corner. So a good confident start for him.
He found the gap nicely, and in taking off for his run, he almost crashed into the bowler Mohammad Siraj on his follow-through. Powell himself is in need of a significant innings. Next 5 overs critical.
Just short of the fielder. Yeah, they have to take it in small targets, don't they? Next 4 overs after this, get into that last 10, wickets in hand. Just keep breaking it down into smaller chunks. Don't look at the 116. End of a successful over for Mohammad Siraj. 36 gone, 194 for 4. Batting to come, Akil Hussain, Mario Shepherd. Just wonder what the status is with Gulikish Moti on that finger. Joseph and Seals. Six wicketless overs so far for Yuzvendra Chahal. Has a slip for the newer of the 2 batsmen, Rovman Powell. Long off deep mid wicket and sweep on the offside. His boundary riders. And they continue with the slip for Brandon King. Required run rate hovering just a touch under 8.5 per over. Some antics from the Indian captain Shikhar Dhawan. Always plays with a smile on his face. Such a jovial character. And some front support here from Shikhar Dhawan. In good form. Edged and gone. Yuzvendra Chahal. Another strike, another breakthrough. Slow, flighted delivery and some turn. And that's the value of keeping the slip in position.
Yeah, Powell will probably reflect on this and think, why am I defending that ball so wide of the off stump? Well bowled by Chahal. Or was he just trying to run it into that gap forward of point? Powell goes for 6, 196 for 5.
New batsman for the West Indies, Akil Hussain. About 150 and coming against Pakistan a few ODIs ago. And look at that seam position. Wonderful delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal, nice and slow. Enough bounce to get to the slip fielder. And finally some reward for the leg spinner. But this chase is derailing quite quickly. 189 for 3. And it's quickly turned to 196 for 5. Attacking field from Shikhar Dhawan. Slip and leg slip. Chahal goes round the wicket. No protection on the offside boundary apart from the long off. And 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side. Off the mark immediately. Akil Hussain brings a successful Chahal over to an end. 197 for 5. Useful starts for the majority of that middle order. Kalmiers, his 75 stands out. Brandon King still there, 29 or 42. And change in bowling for India. Shardul Thakur in for his 8 over 2 wickets. Paul is for 2. They will get 2. They'll get 3. Overthrow. No one's backing up. Untidy from India.
He brings up the 200 as well for the West Indies. Another 109 required, so the asking rate shooting up to 8.5. They've had a couple of bloopers in the field today. Misfields. We're hoping it doesn't cost them at all.
And that's one area Brandon King certainly needs to improve upon. Lots of deliveries that are short of a length. He's finding the fielders. He's not able to rotate the strike with that regularity that you need, particularly through the middle phase of the innings. And it might be a little thing, a dot ball, but it's an incremental pressure and it adds up in the end. You're going to have dot balls, particularly in this format. I'm just suggesting a lot of those dots can be converted to singles based on the lengths of the deliveries. 22 dots. In the gap, Akil Hussain gets himself a boundary.
Stroke like these that remind those who don't know him that he does have ability with the bat. West Indies are hoping that he can develop even more with bat in hand. Bowled well today, Akil Hussain. And again, you have to beware of Shardul Thakur. He just has that ability to nip out wickets.
We'll look for two. Misfield allows him to come back for two and retain the strike, Akil Hussain. This over already costing some 12 runs. Ten runs, beg your pardon, in the over so far. A bit of a discussion has resulted in a change in field. The fine leg comes to the inner circle, long off in position and around the wicket. Finds the fielder. Akil Hussain, 9 runs from that over, 207 for 5. No ball. Called belatedly, the auto no ball in play, the third umpire. But that responsibility means that it's an extra run and a free hit. So 11 runs in the over, 1 delivery remaining. A free hit at that. Can Akil Hussain find the boundary? Where will he be targeting? Straight to the fielder again. And this time it is over. 208 for 5. And surprise, surprise, another no ball. Consecutive no balls now for Shardul Thakur and another opportunity for Akil Hussain. So he's found the fielders twice in succession, and he's been given another gift. This time, can he capitalize?
I think it was predictable that he'd go full and wide with the feel that he had in the previous delivery. Will he go full and wide again?
Excellent delivery. You can't hit those to the boundary. Single to end. 210 for 5. Double digits needed now, 99 from 72. Akshar Patel will be reintroduced into the attack. Zakir Hussain. Zakir Hussain will be hitting towards the bigger side of the field.
Just on Brandon King, just reminding ourselves as to when he opened the batting in that 2019 season for the Amazon Warriors. Previously, he would bat in the middle for, let's say, Jamaica Tallawahs. I remember interviewing him in Florida. And he talked openly and honestly about the fact that he struggles to bat outside the power play at that time. Johan Botha, I think, was the one who pushed him up the order to open for the Amazon Warriors. And he had that marvelous 400-run season. And what we're seeing is that when he opened for the West Indies in ODIs, they then dropped him back down to the middle. And that ability to turn the strike over is still a work in progress for him with the fielders outside the circle.
With a couple big overs in the West Indies at some stage. 8.6 the required rate. Just one. Good fielding. Really good fielding. 214 for 5. Prasid Krishna into the attack, none for 34. Similar to what we saw in the first innings, Bish, the inability to find the boundary when this ball has gotten softer. So that trend, as we predicted, continues.
And to find the gaps. 2 short deliveries hit directly to fielders. So yeah, I think the West Indies, if they're honest with themselves, are perhaps from their planning about 15 runs to 20 runs short of where they ideally would have liked to be at this point in time. Credit to India. They've taken some key wickets of Puran and Powell, etc. They would have been looking at maybe getting to that final 10 overs and chasing something like 75 or 80 with about 6 wickets in hand, if not more.
Plenty of shots for no runs. And they have quietened the home fans here at the Queen's Park Oval. In the gap this time, he gets the boundary. Brandon King.
Three dots and boundary. Perhaps Krishna will look back and think, yeah, it's pace off. Maybe a touch too full, no. Too many issues with width. As he go back into the pitch.
That previous boundary has enlivened the fans. Changes of pace will be the order of the day for the seamers. So quite a lot of that from the West Indians when they bowl into the surface. Change their lengths. Another dot. 219 for 5. Yeah, you can see that separation between the worms, and that seems to be increasing. Final power play. .90 from 60. Just be a bye.
And sometimes as a bowler, even though if you've got power players at the crease and who are set, they don't necessarily care about deep fielders at the back end of the innings if they're set. But with the spinner, he's got an extra man outside. And so, more so for someone like Yuzvendra Chahal, the leg spinner, if he comes back into the attack and you're having to go for boundaries and he's got 5 fielders he can have on the boundary, it's all the better for him with that extra protection.
West Indian batsmen will be thinking about where they can find that boundary. They need at least one in an over. Nice and slow from Aksa Patel. But I will call for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have umpire's review for stumping. I've checked front foot, fair delivery established. Give me outrage first, please. Sorry. Want to check outrage, make sure there's no bat involved. Yeah, there's a huge gap between bat and ball. Can you move on to your best side on shot? Foot is in the air, foot is grounded. Bail is removed, foot is grounded, thank you. Ready to make my decision to the big screen. My decision is not out. I repeat, not out.
Not much animation from the fielders, the wicketkeeper in particular, not out, confirmation. 4 good balls from Akshar Patel so far, just the leg by and the single. And you could just sense the eagerness from Brandon King to try to get a boundary.
The other option for him is to get Akeem Hussain to face up to the left-arm spinner. King's strike rate just about 67. He's got to find a better cruising rate than that in the middle overs in this form of the game. He's placed the onus on Hussain, brings everyone into the game.
Again, skillful from Akshar Patel. So Akeem Hussain advancing and pull his length back. 224 for 5. .85 from 54. Prasid Krishna will continue. Fine leg third, deep backward square. Smash straight down the ground. Long one doesn't get around in time. Starts the over with a much needed boundary.
Slower ball, pace off the ball, but the length was too full. King did well to reset his stroke after picking that it was pace off, and they need more of these. Even with that pace off, he's got to go into the pitch a bit more, or pace on.
Can Akeem Hussain match Brandon King and find himself a boundary? Just feel that it might be a little bit easier to score the boundaries of the fast bowlers. Long on, long off. Final leg goes back to the boundary. Third comes in. Akeem Hussain might be setting himself up for a slower ball. Wide ball called.
It's a brave bluff because he pulled the third man up, but he still went wide Yorker, pushed fine leg back. So he kept Hussain guessing.
Long discussion. Just want to make sure that they have everything right. Shikhar Dhawan and Prasidh Krishna. And so they've sent mid-wicket back on the boundary. Good delivery. If you can get those type of deliveries in, then you'll be very well set. Mohammad Siraj just seemed to have pulled up. Not entirely certain which area it is. He's holding behind the knee and seems to be hobbling. Well, he has to hobble all the way to the boundary. They're making a switch with him, so he'll be in the inner circle. Brandon King started the over with a boundary. Krishna has done well since then. Another single. Good bowling, really good bowling from Prasidh Krishna. Not giving them the opportunity for any sort of elevation. Yorker length deliveries. Pushes a wide third man back on the boundary. Mid-wicket comes in. Just think that that might be the line of attack once again. It is the line of attack. It is another dot delivery. 232 for 5. Seven from 48. India 308 for 7, set up by their captain Shikhar Dhawan, 97. Half centuries for Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer. West Indies in reply after 42 overs, 232 for 5. Kyle Mayers, 75, the only half centurion so far for the West Indies. Brandon King is unbeaten on 43. And it will be Yuzvendra Chahal, 1 for 30 from 7. Slog swept and slog swept well enough by Brandon King. And similarly to the last over, starts this over with a boundary.
It's a fascinating game because we talked about India only getting 60 of their last 11 overs. Now we're well past that similar stage, but the West Indies are only 14 behind from where India were at a similar stage. So they're a wicket worse off A couple more boundaries be interesting, but he's got that extra fielder outside, so he comes back strong, Jahel.
.54 Brandon King. It would bring a lot of confidence to him and well appreciated by his teammates and those in here at the Queen's Park Oval. 50 of 60 deliveries. Some of his countrymen in from the under-17 team looking on. But it's still a long, long way to go. 70 needed. They're just trying to push it through to the left-hander, Nijendra Chahal. Very flat into the surface. Might quicker see him tossing it up against the right-hander, looking for turn. West Indies are a couple big hits away from tilting the balance of this game once again. Can't find the gap.
You're talking T20 cricket, you know. In an imaginary world, you think 50 of the last 5 in a T20 game with wickets in hand and a couple of set batsmen. You're not out of the game. So some work to do in the next couple of overs to try to even think about that equation.
Nine runs from the over so far. Final delivery. Down the ground, will get a 4. So make that 13 runs in that Chahal over. 43 overs gone. 245 for 5 and the crowd on their feet.
Buckle up. Things just heating up a bit. These two out in the middle, finding the boundary at the right time, keeping themselves in the game for the West Indies. Both King and Hussain with a partnership of 49. Still hope. Shikhadan will feel that he still has enough control in this game. Brandon King scoring his first half century in the West Indies in one-day international cricket. Had his challenges throughout the course of his innings, but he's still there. 2 6s, 2 4s. He'll be pleased with his effort. He's had to work hard. Naran Sami alongside me as we go through the final phase of this innings.
The key is King had his struggles. At one point you thought he would give it away. As you see, he's pretty strong over long on and also on the offside. And we have a game on our hands, Darren. 63 needed from 40 deliveries. That's just one big over away.
Aksa Patel getting some treatment from the physiotherapist. Maybe there is a concern with that left hamstring.
So far in this over, Krishna has gone for the Yorker. Left-handed Akil Hussain on strike. Remember a game versus England. He and Rahman Powell.
Punched over cover. Didn't time it properly.
Correction, it was he and Romario Shepherd almost bringing West Indies close to a victory from nowhere. And we know he's fully capable as Romario Shepherd, waiting for his opportunity. Hits a long ball. Akil Hussain and Brendan King just keeping West Indies hopes alive.
King in another good partnership in this innings. He had a good partnership of 51 with his captain, now already 52 between himself and Hussain. And Darren Simon, we were speaking off air. Might have been a missed opportunity for the West Indies with the fall of Nicholas Pooran's wicket. Would have been ideal for Akil Hussain as a left-hander to partner with Brandon King, knowing fully well that Yuzvendra Chahal had 5 overs remaining.
Yes, it would have been a proactive move. I don't think Nicholas Pooran could have made that decision because he was in the middle. Knowing that the key guy that will help you win this game is Rahman Powell. I know we sitting up here now and I'm in the commentary box, but as a captain, that's what I would be thinking. Who could get Rahman Powell out the easiest? Or look at the matchup, I would say it's Chahal. Having a lefty in Akil, who is capable, as he's showing right now, of batting, I would send him in to counteract the spin of Chahal and leave Rahman Powell in the shade.
.249 for 5. Quite close. 60 from 36, that's the equation. Still a few trump cards for Shikhar Dhawan to throw at this West Indian side. One being that of Yuzvendra Chahal. 2 overs remaining from him. And here he is. There will be no holding back from these two. Required rate over 10, a minimum of 2 boundaries required per over from this stage. Got to pick your spot. Hit with the turn, Brandon King. He loves the offside. He might be thinking about going over cover, getting to the pitch of the ball.
Also, I think he might think of the slog sweep as well, if the length is right. He's quite Strong staying stable at the crease and using his power. I don't think he'll use his feet. Pushing hard for 2, and they'll get it quite comfortably. So far, 2 deliveries from Chahal, 3 runs scored. He has 6 balls left in his spell.
Goes wide, goes full. And he will have to go out. Brandon King. How often have we seen this from Chahal? Just enticing the big shot. And when you're wide, you're never in control.
That's the beauty about the leg spinner. When you have an offside field, to play an inside-out shot over extra cover, gotta be really precise with the timing. Brendan King was not. And he departs. 54, 252 for 6.
Mario Shepherd from Guyana. Of course, he had the chance of bowling on this pitch. You will know the conditions. And Chahal, he's gone wide, he's given it some flight, and he's lured Brandon King into going over cover. And the field is well set. 3 fielders behind point, 2 deep. 1 at cover, 1 at long off. And King falls into the trap set.
Aja!
Now, Romario Shepherd is quite different from Brendan King. He loves the slog swing. He doesn't mind this. But Chahal is quite canny. He knew Brendan King was looking to go big, so he threw it wide outside the off stump, making him stretch for that ball. I think the same ploy. He's asking for a slip. He's looking to get the wicket out.
Quite good from Shikhar Dhawan. Swooping in for another wicket. And he's getting good support from his bowler, Chahal. So important to have that communication between captain and bowler in terms of the plan for particular players. As a skillful batsman to hit with the turn through the offside. It's easy to use the bottom hand, but when you've got to use that top hand, it's much more challenging. Does well for Mario Shepherd to get off the mark, adds 2 to the total. End of the 45th, 255 for 6. Mohammad Siraj was the pick of the bowlers for India. In terms of the seamers, Zinjur Chahal with his 2 wickets, again quite attacking display of bowling from him. With the introduction of Mohammad Siraj, you'd expect that he will complete his complement of 10 overs, already 7 overs from him.
.54 needed from 30 balls. As a batting group, with a set batter, you'd fancy your chances, but India have taken wickets. And you have Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain still fairly capable, getting in some lusty blows.
This sort of situation, West Indies will require the attitude of a hero, and that is exactly what Romario Shepherd should be thinking. So in play quite a few match-winning innings in the T20 format. Can he replicate in this situation?
It would be good for him as well. He was named in the reserves for this series. COVID-19 pulls this one hard over through mid-wicket. They come back for 2. So for him, getting the performance right now would build on his confidence. Having been named in the reserve for this series.
He's also had the experience of playing for the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the recent IPL. So that experience being in that league would help him with the equation of over 10 runs per over required at this stage. In T20 cricket, that's not far-fetched.
Just climbed up to 11 runs. But you know, it's just 2 big blows away. 6 balls in the over to get in 2 lusty blows.
Pace into the pitch. The option being used by Mohammad Siraj. West Indies also used that option in the last 10 to good effect to contain run scoring.
And they would have done the homework against Romario Shepherd. Don't pitch up that ball because you're gonna disappear back over your head. So he's using the surface to his advantage, and you'd see a wide length too. A delayed action from Joel Wilson.
Tempted to go straight. Mohammad Siraj with the movement across from Akil Hussain. He was aiming for that leg stump, didn't get the direction right.
So far, the last 2 overs, Siraj have executed the plan quite well. Full on wide to the left-hander, into the pitch to the right-hander. Can Romario Shepherd get under one of those length balls? But he also has the feel where he could bowl a yorker to him. It's all down to the execution.
Nails the yorker. Finishes the over well. And that's key when you're bowling in these remaining overs. 46 gone, 262 for 6. at how well Mohammad Siraj has executed. It allows the latitude to Shikhar Dhawan to attack with Chahal. That is exactly what he's doing. Slip and play, still searching for another wicket. Chahal into his last over.
I think anytime he throws it up in the air, any hint of flight, he's gonna go wide. Mario Shepherd, look at how hard he's gripping that bat.
Yeah, gets it off the middle. That long levers and the reach from Shepherd, just getting to the pitch, getting it over the boundary line for 6.
He will fancy his chances. He's looking for that flight up delivery. And he having that long reach, like you said, Darren Ganga. You just have to swing through the line of the ball. There's the 6. Touch wide. And looking to go straight down the ground.
Shot just prompting Chahal to pull the length back and go wide to allow for the cut shot.
And also a touch flatter. He's not giving that ball any air. Maybe Romario Shepherd could bat on the off stump to access.
Up and away, but it goes straight to the fielder in that deep cover position.
Can Akil Hussain get another boundary? To get that 12 runs required for the over. So far, they've got 7, 2 deliveries to go. Another boundary would be golden. The mid-half pitch, maybe discussing how to go about these next 2 deliveries. We shall see.
Wentfall just concedes 1.
Now it's important in this situation. What do you do? Do you go for the boundary or do you just see off the dangerous Chahal and make sure you're there for the next 18 deliveries?
Gone for it. Romario Shepherd striking the ball cleanly. Didn't get a boundary off the last ball, but 9 runs from the over. 47 gone, 271 for 6. From 18. Might just be an all-seam attack by India for these 3 remaining overs. Prasidh Krishna with still 1 over remaining. They'll take it however it comes. 4 leg byes to start the over.
Doesn't matter. They need runs. And you could see that ball starting to reverse. See it tailing in with the angle. A good start to the over, nonetheless. Three men on the leg side, long one, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. He has the short ball as an option as well. Well executed. Using that wide line with that ball tailing slightly. Mario Shepherd trying to open up and give himself room. Perfect execution.
And as a fast bowler, he would not have had that option at the start of his run-up. He had to change midway into that run-up, responding to what he saw from Romario Shepherd. Just trying to give himself room. He went wide. Brilliant stuff. Trusting his ability to bowl Yorkers, Mohammad Siraj.
It's not giving him an opportunity to get under the ball. We all know when it's full how strong Romario Shepherd is down the ground. But you see, he's getting that ball to just tail in at the last moment. And perfect length. Mario Shepherd cannot get under that delivery.
I'm sure one of the directors from Shikhar Dhawan will be not to concede boundaries. Do whatever it takes, don't concede. Another very good ball. And another chat with Shikhar Dhawan and Mohammad Siraj. Just slowing things down, giving his bowler confidence. Crucial as a captain in an intense situation.
Really stick to the Yorker plan.
He did. But very unlucky for Mohammad Siraj. He executed well. And it races into the boundary line. Second 4 in the over.
He did nothing wrong there. If it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. It's not his fault that the ball went to the boundary. He's bowling some excellent Yorkers. Don't make him go length and give Romario Shepherd a chance to get under that ball.
Lost his shape. Swinging too hard, Romario Shepherd. 11 runs from the over. 282 for 6. Krishna with an over remaining. You'd think that he will bowl the penultimate over and Mohammad Siraj will close the innings off. Asa Patel, Deepak Huda doing a good job supporting Yuzvendra Chahal. Quite a balanced bowling lineup for India. Both the spinners and the seamers sharing the burden of wicket taking.
This is where West Indies is very dangerous, Darren. 27 needed. You got to go for it. Mario Shepherd faces up.
Pop down the ground. That's 1-6. They need just about 4 more sixes to get over the line. Can they do it?
Boom, bang, connect. That's it. Missed this Yorker. And as we've been saying how strong Romario Shepherd is down the ground. And what a moment to get that 6. First delivery of the over. pressure is on the bowler. And India, this bowling lineup, know how West Indies can be very dangerous when they start hitting sixes.
Did mention that six hitting ability has been a real asset for the West Indies in T20s. And here, similar type of power being shown from Romario Shepherd. Target score 309, 21 more runs to win. Given caught behind, and straight away Romario Shepherd reviews.
Player review for a catch at the wicket. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for a catch at the wicket. The original decision given is out. Check the front foot. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? Ball appears to be some distance away from the bat. I'm going to use outrage still to confirm that. Outrage is coming up. Yeah, there's a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied there's no contact between bat and ball. I'm going to go back to Leslie on field. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to change your out decision to not out. You're on screen now.
As Rico Jr. will have to reverse his decision. There was a sound, bat hitting ground. Change in line from Prasid Krishna. Bowling way outside the line of the off stump. And if you're wondering where this run chase sits amongst the many for the West Indies in ODIs, that's the list. The highest 328 successful run chase. That was against Ireland back in 2019. 309 achieved against Pakistan at Providence in 2017. If they complete this run chase today, this match and the result will be etched on that list.
Just a single after the first ball, disappearing for 6. Hussain will have to join the party of boundary hitting. They could get another boundary here, giving themselves a chance in the last over. Can Akil Hussain get a boundary? Shikhar Dhawan again calls his bowler.
Well, Akil Hussain has a 60, a top score against Pakistan when he nearly took the West Indies over the line in a recent series. That was in Pakistan. That innings would have given him a lot of confidence going forward. And here, 31 from 29, strike rate of over 100, so he'll be back in his skills and ability to hit a boundary. And there we go. Doesn't get hold of it.
If you remember, it was these two. I think it was a T20 game against England in Barbados, where they nearly brought that game home for the West Indies. Big ball coming. Last ball for Krishna in his 10-over spell. 19 needed from 7.
result for the West Indies. As the penultimate over comes to an end, well, we might have a cliffhanger on our hands. 294 for 6. Look of determination on the face of Romario Shepherd. The last ball of the last over went for a boundary. Shepherd throwing everything in his swing, and the outcome has made many a West Indian fan happy at the ground. Here we go, first ball of the last. And it's a dot delivery, so pressure on these two, pressure on Akil Hussain. Has to score or turn the strike over, you would think.
Yeah, but credit must go to Siraj. He stuck to that Yorker length right outside the off stump. Can Hussain just get bad on it and get Romario Shepherd on strike? Or even better, can he get it to the boundary?
Does well in the circumstances to get Romario Shepherd on strike. 14 from 4. A lot of movement from Akil Hussain. He's trying to use the pace of the ball and play that ram shot through the fine leg region. What is he thinking, Romario Shepherd? Should he expect that Yorker delivery, Darren Sammy?
He's thinking, get back on the ball over the boundary line.
Cracked away in the gap. They will run away for 4. He was searching for that maximum, but he'll take a boundary nonetheless.
Again. What kind of cut is this? Through the leg cut. The result is what you're looking for. Boundary. He will take it. And everybody has an opinion as to what the bowler should do. 10 from 3. 299 for 6. Can West Indies do it? Can Siraj hold his nerve? Can Romario Shepherd become a hero? Shouldn't be playing this game if Jason Holder was well.
Searching for 2. Right attitude in the running between the wickets, and he will get there. Add 2. West Indies going past the 300 marker. It's been a brilliant effort, and still with a glimmer of hope in crossing the line in this very first game.
Oh, Ganga, we've not scored 200 I don't think we scored 200 against Bangladesh. But now we're almost about to chase a score 309. 2 balls left.
Good hand. Would have been a certain 4, but it's an extra delivery because it's too wide down the leg side. It's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. 7 from 2 required. And listen to this, Darren Sammy. If this match plays to a tie, there will be a super over to determine a winner
Oh my goodness. What a day it's been. Rain was forecast, but the sun held its own, and we have a crack off an opener. 2 balls left, 7 needed.
Will be 1. He will try to turn it into 2, and he gets there. 2 runs to Mario Shepherd. And this game boils down to 1 final strike, and that's if he can achieve it. 5 required from the final delivery. Final legal delivery. What an intense finish we've witnessed here. When you felt like the West Indies were out of it, they've batted themselves back in with a chance of winning this very first game.
Everybody on the edge of the seats. Ganga can't sit down. A boundary needed. Super over 4. Victory for West Indies 6. Here we go.
4 boundary riders onside. I'm sure Yorker, straight Yorker. And he goes for it and gets it. Doesn't concede a boundary. Mohammad Siraj, the hero in the circumstances, holding his nerves of steel. And India wins the first game of this 3-match series. What a match we've witnessed.
Disappointment on the face of Mario Shepherd. Almost got it home. West Indies needed a boundary, whether it be a 4 or 6. But Siraj held his nerve, backed his Yorker. Mario Shepherd couldn't get that edge. He got to get those 2 boundaries earlier. India wins.
15 required from the last over. It was not to be for the West Indian spare thought for Akil Hussain and Romario Shepherd, both putting on a partnership of 53 from 35, kept the West Indians in the game. And the experience of Shikhar Dhawan and his bowling unit prevailing in the circumstances. India going on to win by 3 runs in an absolute thriller. Signs of relief from all players. It's been an intense battle. What a start to this series we've witnessed. Both teams playing all the way to the final over and the final delivery. Hero with the ball, Mohammad Siraj, finishing with figures of 2 for 59 from his 10 overs. Bowling the final over and keeping his composure. Nicholas Pooran and the West Indies team will hold their heads high because they've fought all the way to the end. The result, not the right one, but it will give them a lot of confidence for the rest of this series. So a reminder, the West Indies in their pursuit of 309 fell short by 3 runs. Solid contributions from Kyle Mayers, Shamar Brooks, Brandon King, who got his first half century in the Caribbean in ODI cricket. Spurran contributed as well, and that partnership of 53 with Hussain and Shepherd, they kept themselves in the game all the way to the end.
That man Siraj holding his nerve in the end. Krishna started off well with the new ball, but we always said